The first part of this recording made reference to some statistics by Forbes and the Gallup poll indicating 85% of Americans hate their jobs. As well, on a ratio of 2 to 1, 2 representing the number of individuals not happy at work. So this begs the question of where do you fit into this equation and how do you measure against these particular statistics? And whether at the end of your day and when you return home, are you looking for a time of exclusivity where you wish not to be disturbed, prefer to be in your own space to unwind and to essentially replenish from all that you've experienced at your work? Help us to understand your version and your point of view of the idea or necessity of the man cave.
I enjoy my job. I have an astounding job. People have a level of respect for what I do. They have an interpretation of what I do. I go to work each day and I manage job sites. And in managing these job sites, people assume that I know what trade is doing what work and what accountability happens. The job sites get busy, they get hectic, and I get consumed in that work. When I finish my day, I need to go to a space where I download my mental time of my day. It might take me 1 hour on one day, it might take me 2 hours. Let me generate my thoughts. When I'm done, anybody can approach me and I'll be in a great space. But I need time to download my thoughts because I am busy and I want to be the best at what I'm trying to do. That's all I need. And that is important to me every single day. Given to men to be hunters and gatherers and protectors. That is in their blood. Most men, not all, but most men.
Is that your man cave?
Yeah. That's it. I'm done. I'm good.
And that was the voice of my husband sharing his man cave requirements. Thank you. Well, my first guest is Malcolm. Are you ready?
Yes.
You're ready. Okay. So let's jump right in. Please introduce yourself and tell us where you're from, the line of work that you do, and where you fit in relative to the statistics that 85% of Americans do not enjoy their jobs and are unhappy at work. And afterwards, tell me whether or not after a long day, you wish you had a bit of time to yourself at home.
Okay. Well, my name is Malcolm Murphy. I live in St. Louis, Missouri. I currently own a solar company and also electric vehicle charging station company.
But you're a business owner, so I'm going to assume that you love your job.
Yes, I do. I love what I do.
Okay.
Yes.
After a long day at work, Malcolm, do you wish you had a bit of time to yourself, and do you take that time?
No, not really. I very seldom feel that I need time to myself.
Mhm.
Therefore, I don't really take it. No, I can't say that I do.
Wow, that's interesting. Well, tell me what your opinion is, or what would your definition be of a man cave where we've been told that men resort to after needing time to themselves, after a long day at work, or time away from the family? What is a man cave to what is that the definition of a man cave in your mind?
Well, I believe a man cave for most of us would be a place where you can go and really just be to yourself without the pressures of the world sneaking up on you. So
Hmm.
that's what I would call a man cave, a
Okay.
place of isolation that you can go to and just unwind and be by yourself.
And do you feel that that's a place that every man eventually resorts to, whether consciously or subconsciously? Is it a physical place or is it a mental place? How does that translate in terms of what you just said?
Well,
A place of isolation.
yeah, I think that's for everybody. I really think that everybody at some point needs their own place to just relax and unwind. Think about
Mhm.
today's world and things that are coming up and what needs to be done. I think everyone needs that,
Women and men alike.
and man and woman.
So, do you have a physical place of isolation that you unwind?
Yes.
And where would that be?
Most of the time, I can go into my garage. I can
Oh,
go out on my deck, or I can go up to my pond on the gazebo. And
okay.
all of those places are places where I can be alone.
So you have options.
Yes,
And how often do you resort to those places?
just about daily.
Really?
I call it
And
prayer closet.
prayer closet. It's a place like of a where you would meditate.
Yes,
Okay. And
pray, meditate, study.
pray mostly. Okay, that's interesting. And who's invited?
Anyone and everyone's invited. Generally, just me.
Okay.
But
So,
anyone can join my prayer closet. I don't have anybody around to do it, but they're always
mhm,
welcome.
so if
Anyone is welcome.
friends were to come over at those moments where you're feeling like I'd like to unwind and be in isolation in your prayer closet, would they be involved in that um, process, or would you
They
jump
they
jump out
they
of that for a moment to engage?
they could be involved. I've never had anyone to get involved, but they're welcome to. Anyone's welcome, as far
Hmm.
as I'm concerned.
And do you have children?
Yes, but my
Okay.
daughter is grown. She is 36, 37 years old.
Hmm.
She's got a family of her own, has her own
Okay.
home.
Okay. So
So
she doesn't really intrude on those moments because she's not in your vicinity.
no, no. And even if she were in my area, it still wouldn't be an intrusive thing for me.
Amazing. So is it true, Malcolm, that, well, based on statistics and what a gentleman has posted in a study, retreating guarantees rejuvenation? And I think that might be true for you because you've called it your prayer closet.
Yes, Sharon, anytime we are alone with our thoughts, with our God, whatever that may be, it's
Hmm.
a rejuvenation time. It is time to reflect. It's time to enjoy the presence of God, at least I do.
Hmm.
But it is a time of rejuvenation, yes.
Okay. And do you think that there are any negative effects to the concept of a man cave? Because for a lot of men, apparently it's an exclusive place that they love to resort to because it is that isolation place. It's in an environment where it speaks of who they are and what they are, and they love to go there. Are there any effects that might be construed as negative because of the frequency of going there?
No, I don't think so. I've never felt that way. I don't think so. I don't think that it is a negative connotation to it. Uh, well, I shouldn't say that. I would suppose if you are a person who is not very spiritual, uh, then it could be something that would be deemed as negative.
Depending on what's happening in your cave.
Yeah, I think some people just don't have a spirituality. They just don't have a God or something that they will go and pray to. So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, at times
Mm-hmm.
I guess they would consider it to be unimportant or something that's not necessary.
Do you think, Malcolm, that even a good thing, too much of a good thing, is not necessarily a positive because of the threat of being addicted? And when we're talking about addictions, it's never usually a positive connotation. There's something negative associated with the word addictive.
I- no, not in this case. I think reflection, thought, prayer is good. I don't think it's a bad thing. I don't think there's anything negative about it. That's the
Okay.
way I feel.
Mm-hmm.
But there are many people in this world who don't believe in prayer, the power of prayer, or
Mm-hmm.
God. And
Right.
I would imagine they would think it's negative, but no, there's nothing bad about it to me. There's no addictive type of thing going on that I've got to have. I got to have it. No.
Right. Well, I mean, when you tell me that your man cave is really a place of solace, a place of meditation, a place where you connect with your God, then I don't think you can be addicted in the sense that, you know, what we might think is too much and it's not good for you because of your definition of man cave.
I agree. I don't think there's anything negative about it.
Absolutely not. Okay. So I'm going to ask you a question, and it's I guess an objective um, response that I'm looking for, because this, if I was to ask you for a subjective answer, you would give me a very nice, neat, there's nothing wrong response. But let's go here. It is said that men are incapable of multitasking. And because women have the ability naturally to multitask, they do not need to construct or create a sanctuary for a cave. But would it be true to say that because men need a specific place, a spatial environment to think effectively uninterrupted, this enables him, accessing a man cave enables him to deal with, in the absence of external interruptions, problems, and to come out with creative ideas, which he would not normally do if he didn't have a cave, a man cave.
Yes, I would agree with that, but I've always prided myself on multitasking.
Really?
Always, all of my professional jobs had
Mm-hmm.
a lot of multitasking.
Well,
Uh,
given that you are also a businessman with many different companies, you have that ability.
yeah, it's a learned behavior, learned thing. I grant you that. Yes, it is
Mm-hmm.
learned. You
So it's
have
not
to be
natural.
one. It is learned.
Okay. So I want you to say it's not natural because I'm a man.
No, it's not natural. But having said that, Sharon, I will say this. Uh, a lot of times I feel if I'm praying for something specific, I may not get an answer right away that I
Mm-hmm.
feel. So I may have to sleep on it, pray on it, continue to digest it. It may not come right away.
Mm,
So, then there's um, times you just have to be patient. That's all I can say.
right. My final question is, what would you want women to know about a man cave that if they knew, they would embrace the idea and even encourage this type of retreat more often?
Hmm. Hmm. It is a place of solace. It's a place for people, for a man to go and just enjoy his thoughts by himself. And I think women should respect that. It's not that they don't want to be bothered. It's uh, just respect their space, a man's space, anybody's space. Women
Mm-hmm.
too.
Mm-hmm.
Women need time too.
I would agree.
Yeah,
We
they
don't
need their
necessarily get
space
it,
too.
though.
I mean, all of us do.
Yes.
I really believe that. I think all people need some kind of space for for their own time, for God, for whatever you need to think about.
Mm-hmm. But this is what you would want women to understand, um, which they might not understand. But coming from you and other men, that statement might be an encouragement because the result might be a more positive outcome when they emerge.
Yes.
So it's interesting that different men that I have approached on the subject have had different opinions, and yours is very unique in that you're like, you know what, men and women both need this type of space, isolation, so that they can rejuvenate, so that they can, spend time with their God and whatnot. But sometimes a God is not a God that you pray to, it might be a God that the God of, I don't know, football, sports, or something. I think you used to be into sports a lot more
Yes.
than you
Yes.
probably are now. You don't really talk about that now.
Oh, I do. I love sports. But that's not a time for thought, independent thought. I don't think not sports. That's for enjoyment.
But then, what the articles that were presented were, it's a time of enjoyment to get
Yes.
involved into something that brings you joy and de-stresses you from the obligations of life,
Yes.
right? So when women want to find a space to enjoy, they don't have an exclusive corner to go to or a constructed sanctuary as such to do that. We have to multitask. We have to
No, what
continue with
what
the
about
everyday.
what about music or just going and I don't know, writing poetry or
But you
just
don't get to choose what I mean, a man does not get to I wouldn't say dictate, but I mean, you're making suggestions. What about poetry? What about music? Why don't you? Well, what if my enjoyment is something that I would like to exclusively go and do without the family, without the partner, but I can't do it because I don't have a woman cave, as opposed to a man who says, we need a man cave. We need a man cave. We can have fun in the man cave. We can enjoy a hobby or something that we love to do and get away. You're not invited.
Hmm.
Does that
Well,
make sense?
yeah, but I would encourage all people to have that space. I don't care if you're man or woman, have that space where you're by yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus would often go out and pray by himself,
Mm-hmm.
leaving the 12 disciples.
Yeah,
All of us need that.
true enough.
My opinion, my opinion.
I
All
think
of us.
most people would agree with that.
And so if a woman doesn't have a woman cave or place where she can go and just relax and think,
Rejuvenate.
then find a place.
Right.
Find it.
When you have, for example, a young family where there's
Yeah,
young
yeah, yes,
children,
yes.
it's
And
difficult
they're
to find that.
always clawing at you. Children clawing at you.
Difficult to find that place.
Yes, it is. But find it. Once they're in bed or retired for the evening or when they're at school, find it.
Do you know that often when a child is in now gone to sleep, a woman is so tired or a man is so tired, and there is just no room for finding that place to do something enjoyable. You're just exhausted now.
Our world has become extremely complicated, very, very busy, and that makes it even more important to find that
To
space.
find that place, and for a man and a woman to respect the um, the requirement of giving allowance for you know creating that space, creating that time, making it work, like respecting and acknowledging, I should say, actually acknowledging that yes, you need time, so let's work the details out so that that can be um, put into place, and so that we both can be rejuvenated. Yeah.
When I was incarcerated, I was with 300 people, 300 other men. And it was a low security. I could have walked away. We could walk outside and watch the sun come up. We could watch the raccoons and squirrels and skunks, all of that. But there was never peace. I could never go any place to be just by me and pray. There was even the chapel was always busy. That's
Yeah.
where I learned the importance of this space you're talking about.
Right.
So it has become invaluable to me to be able to go to my man cave, as you're calling it,
Mm-hmm.
just alone with me, my thoughts, my God, my prayers.
Mm-hmm.
Invaluable. I wouldn't give it up for the world, Darren.
It makes sense because you have
I
something to
want
measure
all
against
people.
why it's important to you. Yes, I understand.
I hope all people find that space.
I hope so
I
too.
hope everyone finds that space, Sharon. And it's not about hearing an audible voice of God or seeing God or whatever. I don't think we can
Mm-hmm.
see God, and not in this bodily form. But I do think that the Spirit of God will talk to us once we're still, and there's no rat race around us
Mm-hmm.
going on, being busy, and you know, once you have that space and you can relax, I think the answers that we all want and that peace comes.
Right.
My opinion. I think you got to be by yourself though. You got to be alone.
Right.
And you
Okay.
can't be, your mind can't be racing a million miles an hour,
Mm-hmm.
which is really hard in this world.
I'm going to ask you a question because you mentioned that since that experience that you had 15 years ago, it gave you a greater appreciation for an awareness for why you need that isolation, that solitude, that place where you can be alone with God. Do you feel that that awareness intensified after that experience
Very
as
much
opposed
so.
to before?
Very much so, Sharon. And I had taken it for granted.
Mm-hmm.
Very much so. And even as a young man, Sharon, I went to West Point,
Mm-hmm.
a military academy here in the United States.
Yes.
And there was never any time here either. But I was 17, 18 years old. I thought it was normal.
Mm-hmm.
I had not. I later accepted Christ as my Savior, but at that time, no, I was, you know, and we learn to live like that. We learn to live in a world that's constantly yanking at us and
Right.
pulling us in directions, and where's the me time?
Right. So
Where do we?
that is why the men have caves. They created that. You said earlier that you have to make that space. You have to
Yeah,
take that, find it. You said find it.
find that space. But Sharon, a man cave, most men are going to say they've got a television and blah 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 and all that, and so do I. I got a pool table
Mm-hmm.
in my man cave and televisions and chess games. I never
Mm-hmm.
go down
Mm.
there. I'd rather go up to the top of the hill and look at my pond and not on my deck and just nothing. Or on
Wow.
my garage.
That's your cave though. That's your cave.
Hmm. It is.
That's your
I'm
cave.
out in the garage right now,
Okay.
and all
Yeah,
there
you live
are
in
two cars just sitting here.
wow. Okay.
Nothing.
Well, this is an enlightenment. And so again, I appreciate your definition. It is very subjective and it's yours.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I can
It's
guarantee you it's starkly different from what the other men have said or will say,
yeah.
and
Well,
different perspectives. And just trying to understand how a man thinks in terms of a man cave and trying to be exclusive and wanting to find that space and wanting us to understand and allowing you to have that space.
yeah. Find it. Find that space.
Okay.
Find it, even if it's just a minute in a very busy day, like all of us have. Find that
Mhm.
space.
Finding that space. And I want to compare yours to what other men are going to say. So, Malcolm, thank you so much for joining me this
Okay. Yeah.
evening. I really appreciate, and you've taken the time. I know you're a very busy businessman, and yet you've agreed and you showed up. Welcome, Michael. Thank you for joining me this evening. Are you ready?
Good evening, Sharon. I'm very ready.
All
I'm
right.
excited to discuss this interesting topic.
Lovely. I'm excited as well. So let's jump right in. Please introduce yourself. Tell us where you're from, the line of work you do, and then answer the following questions. Do you at all relate to the statistics that 85% of Americans hate their jobs and they're unhappy at work? And do you feel like after a long day at work, you wish you had a bit of time to yourself? So let's start with the introduction.
Okay, so my name is Michael Reed. I am originally from Jamaica. I'm living in Edmonton at the moment. Um, I am a minister. I am a musician also. I'm a gospel recording artist. As it relates to work, I recently gave up the 9 to 5 as per se, and I am now pursuing my own business. I am a promoter. I have a production company that takes care of events, you know, whether equipment rentals, whatever you need, whatever you're keeping, you know, we provide it all from food, decoration, everything. And it's called MR Productions, and it's we provide all that service. So that's what I do. Now, as it relates to 85% of Americans, you said hate their jobs. I am kind of in between because it's dependent, because there are people who are pursuing jobs that are along their passions. And that's a different thing from when you do a job because you have to do a job, and you do a job because you get to do it.
Okay.
So if I'm going to lean towards the 80% that hates their job, I would say those are the people who have a job that it's not along the lines of pulling from within them. They're just doing it to survive. And I would agree that you have to hate something like that.
Right. So that says to me that 85% of those Americans that were polled were people that were probably not entrepreneurs, but people that were in that cycle of 9 to 5, 8 to 4, 7 to 3, 11 to 7, that I don't want to do this, but I have no choice.
Right.
You agree? Yes,
Right.
that's what you're basically saying. Okay, that makes sense. So you are happy with what you do?
Well, I am, because like I said before, it's pulling from within me. I do believe that every creation that God created has a purpose. And if we begin to utilize or tap into where we gotta discover what that purpose is, and then find some way to make it profitable to us, then I believe that the only result can derive from that is happiness or some form of contentment. Not saying it alleviates challenges, and sometimes it's not frustrating, but you know, because you're pulling from within, you're not abiding by, so you're not doing something that you are told how to do it, when to do. You understand what I'm saying? You're pulling from within you. So I think it's always something, when you put out, then you're looking forward to see, okay, let me get the best version of what I can do. So that's where I stand on that.
So you're self-motivated, and you're coming from a place that is something that propelling from what you love. You're propelled
Right.
from what you love to do. So it's enjoyable. It's not without challenge, as you said, but it's something that you love. So you're engaging it because you get to, not because you have to. Understood.
Definitely.
Okay.
Definitely.
So, notwithstanding, Michael, at the end of a very busy day, doing what you love, do you ever have moments at the end of the day that you just want to be alone? I just need this time for Michael, nothing else.
100%.
100%. No hesitation.
No hesitation. 100%.
Okay. Okay. And Michael, then give me your definition of a man cave.
My definition, well, personally to me, a man cave is just a designated place, and I will kind of jump the gun a little bit, and I'll say it's a tangible place that you can actually, like a man can actually go to escape everything else that is not preferable for a specific moment, and you can choose to do whatever you want within that space. It is tailored towards your liking, your passion, whatever makes you happy, and you are the king of that specific place.
That's a new one. You are the king. So pretty much it's a castle.
It is.
Okay.
A little castle.
Okay. So, and you already answered the question about whether it's tangible or just a mental place, because some people space is not a tangible, physical. I can go there, but it's a place as represented, demonstrated in the previous video where the man was sitting in a rocking chair beside his wife with a newspaper, and she could not get his attention. He was tuned out. He was in a mental space where he was relaxed. But for you, it's a tangible place.
Can I comment on that?
Absolutely, please do.
I do believe that you can get to the place where you do that. But for me personally, why I would say it is a physical place is because when you are secluded in this place, you remove yourself from the presence of other people, unless people who you choose to be in that space with, right?
Wow.
Now,
Yeah.
if you are in a physical place that has different people who are depending on you to communicate with them in maybe on topics that you are not at the place or in a mental frame to communicate with, what you'll be doing, you'll have to be tuning out this person. Now, for me, that's too much work.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And then what you will be doing is like just an example, your wife. So she's expecting you to communicate. What you're doing, for me personally, my perspective on that is I'm putting her in a very uncomfortable position because she wants my attention and I'm sitting there, but I can't afford to give her based on where my mental state is at. So I think, when you have a physical place, when you're removed from the environment of other people who are depending on you, so you don't have to hurt people's feelings, they don't have to feel disrespectful. I just think it should be a tangible place.
That's a fair response. And that is a perspective that I can respect, because nobody wants to be in the room and trying to address someone that is dear to you, and basically they're tuning you out. That's really what it is. You're tuning me out. So it's, you know what? It's a great explanation as to why for you it has to be a tangible place, because you're mindful of the other person's feelings, emotions, right? Got you. So Michael, do you have a tangible place of retreat?
I would say as we speak, I am right there right now.
Where is that?
It's in my basement.
Okay, so is that a place where your children and your wife can access, or is that exclusive and they know, don't go there, that's Dad's place, that's Honey's place?
They can access it, but only based on my permission.
Got it.
Right. Well, let me say, this aspect of the basement, my wife, so she has a little more lenience because she can be able to come through and not mess things around and push things around. But I have like my two little kids. They can only come here under my supervision, and occasionally, right, if I have to be here. But if it's let me clarify that. There is a time when I come here because I want to retreat. I want to be by myself. I want to enjoy my space. But because there are other things that are here that I will probably have to access maybe during the day or so. So maybe if I am babysitting and I have to bring them down here, then, it's a different thing. But if it's a time that is allotted for me, this is my time. No, it's not. It's off limits.
Okay, I understand that, and that's in keeping with what the statistics say. Because it's a place of exclusivity, and it's where a man's environment, or as you said earlier, it's the king's castle. It's where the king is, and sort of like the Esther and what was his name, like her husband's name, I forgot. She had to get permission to enter into his space, and if she did not get that permission, she would be like off with your head kind of thing. So metaphorically, it's not off. It's a metaphor, obviously, but I understand. I think we understand. And I think that you've explained it quite thorough. And is it a place that you access often?
I would respond to that with the response of saying as often as needed.
How often is that?
Well, all right, let's take it personally. I enjoy doing what I do. And like I said, my man cave, let me tell you why mine will be a little bit different, is I work here as well.
Okay.
Right? So not all the time I'm in the man cave, I'm here because my reason is trying to get away.
Okay.
Because I want time for myself. sometimes it's because I have stuff to do, right? Because it's my studio is down here, my equipments are down here. I'm also a music teacher too, and on the outside of my little studio part, I do the classes there. So I am here quite often.
Right. So it would
Yes.
make sense that you try to preserve for different reasons. And so when you are in your domain,
Mhm.
okay, as you know, in wearing these different hats, um, does the family understand the different um, times of when to access? Like, do you have hours? These are my business hours, and this is where daddy's now time for his man cave, where I'm just playing, I'm just enjoying. And so I know that they have acknowledged not to come in without permission, but do you have hours?
Well, one of the greatest things in life is communication, especially when you live with other people. When you're not
Mhm,
saying when you have a family, communication is
mhm,
key. And what I
absolutely.
try to do is I try to communicate with my wife. My little kids may not understand at the moment that, hey,
Right.
but for my wife, I will say to her, okay, I have class. She knows I have class from this time to this time, for this time, for
Mhm,
this time, and this is what I'll do. When I don't have class and I need to get work done, I said, well, I'm going to the basement. I need to get this done. And she understand. Once I say I'm going to be working on maybe some music, whatever, that's my time. Now, there are other times when I just come down here and chill.
uh-huh. And it's
And
not the work.
and okay, let me give you an example. Last night, so she's into this show that I don't care for. So, we have a family room upstairs where, the TV is. We sometimes, sometimes we take the, we watch. But she wanted to watch her lady stuff, and I'm not into those, housewife and all that stuff. I don't do that.
Okay.
So she actually gets excited when she get the opportunity to watch her housewife stuff, and I'm excited because it's my free time to go in my man cave and have my do what I would do
Mm-hmm.
there.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so it's for me, it's more a balance thing. It's not like, okay, um I'm there every day and she doesn't have access to me, or I don't have family, or I just feel like I can just get up and go there. I try to communicate with her because at the same time I still have to help with the kids, right? So I can't just get up,
Mm-hmm.
be in the man cave secluded when she has stuff to do. And you know what I'm saying? So it's more a
It's
communicating thing.
balance. It's a balance,
Mm-hmm,
and
mm-hmm.
exactly, which is what Malcolm was alluding to earlier about each respecting and acknowledging that the requirement for that isolation time is necessary, whether it's for this reason or that reason, as long as the other person is able to, as you're saying, communicate that with you and respect it and allow it, permit it to
Right,
happen. Permit it to
right,
happen. Okay.
right.
So you've answered some of the questions that were also on the list already. Okay. So, one of the questions that you have not really honed in on is that place the only place where you can solve problems? Or can you solve problems better in the cave because it is a place of solitude and because it is believed that women are able to multitask better than men? Do you know where I'm going with this? That
Mm-hmm.
that place that you have secluded and called your man cave is also your place of work and your place of entertainment. Do you solve problems in there better? Can you do it outside of that domain?
I would say it's depending on what the problem is. I give an example. If I'm writing a song, I would prefer to be here because the distraction of movement and all of that stuff. If I'm preparing a message to preach, I'd rather be here. So,
Mhm.
but as it relates to problems, I'm not sure when it goes to problems. For me personally, if I had a rough day and I just want to come down here, maybe plug my keyboard in, plug the bass in, whatever I want to do, or just tune the studio up and whatever. Um, it does help me to relax my mind, but as it relates to
Mhm.
solve a problem, I don't know if I can relate to that. I don't know if it's
Well,
a
some people believe that, sorry to interrupt you.
mm-hmm,
Um, some people believe that creativity is born in places like what you've described as where
mm-hmm,
you find your solace.
Mm-hmm.
And because you are a musician, you're an artist, okay? You kind of need that environment. And so not necessarily problems, but your creativity is, I think, more what's the right word for that?
It's
It's
maximized in this atmosphere. Yeah.
I think so, because
Yeah.
when you're talking about creating,
Mm-hmm.
you clutter doesn't clutter is not well, clutter is an inhibitor,
Exactly.
right? Clutter is definitely an inhibitor. So I would think that you would say yes to the cave and solving problems more readily, coming out with, emerging with more creative whatever it is that you do,
Right.
because you are in that space,
Mm-hmm.
that spatial environment. It's just where Michael can create,
Definitely.
as opposed to upstairs with the kids jumping around with, the noise of the kitchen and
Mm-hmm.
whatnot.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
It definitely. Yes.
So are there signals that you essentially give off that your family knows it's time for him to go, and they will, Michael, you need to go downstairs?
You know what? It's funny you ask that because sometimes my wife gets that she'll be talking. You ladies can talk.
Oh,
And
would you like me to endorse that? I'm not going to.
and sometimes I have, deliverables I need to get done.
Yes.
Especially say for instance, I hosting events and all of that stuff. And sometimes you may be talking and the topic is something that, yeah, I try to as much entertain conversation, but there are just
Mhm.
sometimes when your mind just deviate and you have so much to get done that
Mhm.
as much as you'd want to engage in the conversation, it is just what is more forefront on your mind. And
Mhm.
my wife sometimes would say, okay, I get it. Yeah, you're not
You're not engaged.
yeah. So she'll get it. So she will say, oh, you know what? And then that is my kind of my cue that she gets that, I need to go get these
Needs
things
to
done
go.
and then I will get yeah. So that's what it is for me personally.
Okay. What about objections? Is there ever a time when you feel like it's an objection to you wanting to go, as opposed to saying, Michael, you need to go?
Could you rephrase that?
Sure. How would you handle an objection such as, you're wanting to go downstairs right now, Michael, is selfish,
Oh,
and
okay.
you're trying to shirk some responsibilities. I need you here.
How do I respond to that?
Mhm.
Um, based on how I like I said, based on how my man cave is set up, because it's not only for a place of retreat, I also work here. So, the way I would respond, like I said, I come here when it's necessary, when only when I need to get away or if I have work to be done. Right now,
Mhm.
if that should be the response. I don't know how I would respond because I try my best to have a balance,
You used the word balance before. Okay. Yeah.
right? So I try to have that balance so that when it's time for me to go, I don't think you should be saying it's selfish. I think you should get that I need to go.
Okay. Okay. So do you ever think that, um, or would somebody recognize that when you emerge from that space, using the space as just a man cave itself, not for work, not
Mhm.
for creativity, just to relax, that when you emerge from that, you appear as rejuvenated? It's visibly evident that Michael is rejuvenated. He's been in the cave.
Um, it has not been expressed to me, or maybe I don't remember it being expressed to me, but I know for sure I feel that way. And it also opens a door for me to entertain a lot of stuff and just, you know what I'm saying? Because I have had this moment of solitude to myself. Then
Yes.
whatever you come with, I'm all for it.
Michael, I've got two last questions for you.
Okay.
Are you addicted to your man cave?
No, no.
Elaborate.
Because as much as I enjoy being here, I think an addiction is something that you get to a place where you have little to no control over you making the decision to do so. You understand what I'm saying? So even if for me, I enjoy chilling with my family. I enjoy being around the kids. I enjoy chilling with my wife sometimes. So like I said, it's not addictive. Like I'll be chilling with the family, and all I can think about, man, I can't wait for this moment to be done. So I just secluding my,
Right.
you know what I mean? I don't have
Yeah.
that. There are days I don't even come down here, right? If we can find something interesting to watch sometimes, I'm good with that. We do what we got to do, and then so for me, no, for me it's not addictive for me.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Great. And finally, what would you want women to know about the man cave that if they knew, they would embrace the idea and even encourage this type of retreat more often?
And I only can respond from my perspective, is that it it is a place where, like I said, for me personally, I work here, so, and I also retreat here. So for the work perspective, what I would want tell a female, if they have a husband that multitask in his retreat area, well, if you allow this or you entertain this or encourage this, what it will open up is more, what should I call it? Attention span you gain from it. In the sense of, if you allow me to go do what I got to do, get those off my mind, then when I return to you, I'm all yours, because now I'm not battling with trying to listen to you and trying to figure out of what I'm going to be doing, how I'm going to be doing it. Or even on the other side, if I come here to retreat, what if I just had a rough day, a tough day, and I just want to go relax my mind, unwind a little bit. And then when I come back, no, I come back a fresh person with a different perspective. And, I can be more of that companion to you as a female. You know
Beautiful.
what I'm saying? So that's my take on it.
That is in support of the article, the section when it was talking about relationship. The quality of the relationship is improved and enhanced when a man is permitted, allowed, and he's off on his, I don't know, his man cave journey, and he comes back rejuvenated and he's more engaged with his partner, and they have a better relationship.
Right.
That's what you're essentially saying to me. And that's the message that you would like to put out there to all women who not necessarily don't understand what the cave is about, but it has its not just drawbacks if a person is addicted to it and spends too much time, because there is such a thing as too much of a good thing is no longer good. Definitely. But balance, and your message is really balance.
Right.
Michael, thank you. It's a delight. It was a delight. I appreciate your participation, and you were very upfront and candid, and I've learned from you. Thank you.
Well, let me say you're welcome. And thank you to you also for having me on this awesome show to share on this. I think it's a very interesting topic, especially in times like these. I just want to say thank you for gracing this platform, to inviting me. And I'm happy that you were happy with the connection here tonight.
Absolutely. It was my pleasure. Yeah. Have a great night.
Same to you.
Thank you.
Bye.
My next guests are Abe and Anthony. Gentlemen, let's jump right in. Tell us where you're from, what you do for a living, and where you fit in with these statistics. Let's start with you, Abe. Go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Abe. I'm from Calgary, Alberta. I work in the HVAC industry. And I think the statistics of being 85% of North American unhappy at their jobs I don't actually agree 100% to it. I think there's a high rate of people that are actually unhappy at their jobs,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't think it's to the level of 85%. I actually enjoy my job and what I do.
Awesome. So is your
Um,
job, do you feel like your job is no stress, moderately stressed, or very stressed, Abe?
Actually, it's moderately stressful to actually really stressful at times, since I'm a lot on call and no fixed schedule. That's
Ah,
the most stressful part of my job.
so no fixed schedule. So you could be at home in the middle of the night and get a call and you have to run.
Sure. Anytime I'm called 20 out of 24 hours, I should be able to get on a job and go do a service call.
Okay. Absolutely. That makes sense. And so what about you, Anthony? Can you introduce yourself and let us know where you're from and the type of work that you do? And
Yes, my name is Anthony Taylor. I am living in Toronto, and I work as an auto mechanic. And I would say I love my job. Um, I always say I am more like a manager slash worker in my field.
mm, okay.
So I'm many years of experience, and
I think, Anthony, you mentioned that you're partially in the management end of things. So you are also using brain power as well as, muscle power at work. Is that correct? Am I getting that correct?
yes, I used to more manage a shop, and then I left that location and I'm at another place I'm working now. But even though I'm working there, I have experience. So many times you're in that position
Right.
to give your experience on particular jobs.
Right. Okay, I understand. So I'm going to ask each of you if you want to give me, if you can give me, according to you, what you believe a man cave is. What's your definition of a man cave? Have you heard that term before? Abe?
Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with it. I've heard it a lot, and I know lots of guys that have a man cave. Basically, my understanding to it is it's a place where actually a man can go whenever having a stressful day or after a long day. It's just a space, a spot where you feel yourself, you enjoy something you do, or even if you sit there, enjoy yourself for a certain period of time, or do a hobby or something that gets your mind off of the daily stress.
Hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
And you,
What's your,
Anthony? What's your definition?
Well, I would say the same thing. Definition of a man cave is somewhere where the man, after a busy day, you just want to be in a quiet place, whatever you choose to do or whatever,
Mhm.
your time of what do you call it? Time out, you know.
Ah, okay.
You get into that place and you relax. Some people like sports, some people like a book, some people just sit there watch TV. So whatever it may be,
Hmm.
you're in that space, and sometimes you're there, you don't want to be interrupted. So
Okay.
sometimes, like when work is done, I like to be isolated, like
Okay. That makes sense. And
yeah.
either of you, do both of you believe that it's a tangible place based on your answers so far? It's a tangible place. It's a place to go. So it's not really a mental space where you sort of tune out. It's an actual place for either of
yeah,
you.
yeah, I believe it's a physical place. It's a location.
Okay.
It doesn't usually most people I think what they understand from a man cave is somewhere where you go, shut the doors and it's enclosed. I more believe it's a place where you feel you're at peace.
Hmm.
It's a place where you feel like, you have your own freedom and you decide what to do at that time. It doesn't have to be the same thing every time you go to a man cave. It's just
That's interesting.
somewhere where you feel you are free and no obligations, no stress. It's just somewhere I can be myself and do something I like. to isolate from
Okay.
the world for a bit.
Do you agree with that, Anthony, or do you have any other?
No, I agree with that.
You agree with
Could
that?
be it could be a garage, it could be a car, it could be the basement, it could be a
Okay.
bedroom. Right?
When I was talking to Malcolm, his place was a place of peace and solace to get together with God and kind of meditate on his spiritual, um,
Exactly.
right. And he mentioned his car, he mentioned his garage, and his and that was a place of solace to him. So yes, it's a place where unique to where you find that peace or where you find that enjoyment, as you mentioned before, Abe. So
Yes,
do you have one? Do you have a specific place, or where do you
yes,
go?
I actually do. Yeah,
Where is that
I
place?
actually do. My favorite place is my garage. It's a little bit oversized garage, and I have a couple of cars in there, and I have my ATV in there. I have some stuff. I go tinker with stuff. Like I do something different from my everyday job, so nothing
Okay.
related to my actual job. So this way, when I go there and I try to work on my car or my quad or my bike, I just feel like, I'm doing something different.
Mhm. So in your garage, Abe, is there I mean, I've seen the pictures. We've seen the pictures of the man in the garage with or his cave with a lamp and a couch, and he's lying there looking very contented, and he's got his boots on, and his surroundings is definitely cave, man cave. What does your man cave look like, Abe, besides what you've already described? Is it comfortable?
It's actually pretty comfortable. I got a fridge, and get my drinks in there, a little bit of munchies, food, got a couch, a pillow if I want to take a nap. Um, it's actually got a nice big doors. So when it's sunny, I like to open them up, not close them, so I can get some sun in while I'm doing something. I got a
Okay.
radio, listen to my music. Um, Usually I grab, some, like I said, some food and leave it in there if I want to
Right.
munch while I'm working to take
Mm-hmm.
a break, you know. And the back view of it, like behind the garage, it has a nice open view. So it's like I don't like feel like I'm suffocated in a tight place or in a
It's a
basement.
good spatial
Some guys
place.
have like a basement like cave. Yeah, I like an open space.
That's very interesting. What about you, Anthony? Do you have one, and where is yours, if you do?
Well, no, I don't really have one per se like that, but I could use my bedroom or could use the, basement or wherever, and you just get into that quiet place where, for me,
Ah,
I get in there. I'm more with my God, right? So read the
yours
Word and
is a
yeah.
mental retreat, so it doesn't matter that it's at a physical, I'm going there now. It's
Hmm.
wherever you make it.
Exactly.
Okay,
Yeah.
I understand. Now, I'm going to ask both of you to tell me if you have a significant other in your life or if you have a visitor in your home. Is that person an intruder when they access your moment of retreat, or are they invited?
Um, I would say most 95% of the times they're invited, and I don't mind if my partner or my friends even join and come and watch. I just don't like anybody touching my stuff.
Okay.
And yeah, it kind of bothers me if they do.
Right. So you don't
I don't mind
displace anything.
if they ask and try to help or try to do something, no problem. If they want to
Mhm.
work on their own projects, no problem. I'm very open. Actually, I like it more when I have a company, but a good
Ah,
company. But I
mhm.
got like the 5 or 10% of the times when I want to be left alone and I don't want to see nobody. So I'd like to go there and just isolate complete for at least a
Right.
couple of hours,
Yeah.
calm down, things through after a stressful day, then goes back to normal.
So a couple of hours on your own, without anyone that you would normally as you just mentioned, you know, it's nice when someone else is there enjoying that space with you. But the first couple of hours, are you saying, suggesting that just allow you to be at peace, unwind, and then they can join you afterwards? Is that what you're alluding
Exactly. Yeah.
to?
That's yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. Yeah.
And so, Anthony, what about yourself? I mean, yours is more a mental getaway. And is it apparent to other people around you that you are not really engaged in company at this particular time and you prefer to just retreat by yourself?
Yeah, that's right. You know, there's times when you don't mind somebody in your space, but there's another time where you're like, you know, you have to kind of give them that indicator that you need time by yourself.
And what is that indicator? Like, what is the
Indicator might be
signal?
it might be a look, it might be I may
Okay.
say something,
All
or I
right.
get up and I pick up my stuff and I'm gone. And that means I
Ah,
need to be left alone, right?
okay. And
Yeah.
and I'm going to ask both of you. I'll ask you first, Anthony. How long are you there typically?
It depends. You know, I could be there for I don't know hours too or whatever.
Oh,
So
wow.
right now I don't have I don't have children around me, so I don't that is not my
Mm-hmm.
I don't have responsibilities in that respect. So
Ah, okay.
right, so you just do
Okay.
accordingly. Yeah.
Now, do you find that while you're in your man cave, that you solve problems better than when you're not in it?
Yes, sometimes.
Do you want to expand on that?
Well, you know this. Okay, so for instance, you know, if I have a vehicle at work that I had problems with, even though you troubleshoot it the way that you're designed to troubleshoot it, sometimes there's a problem that exists where you have to, you know, even though the manual is telling you XYZ,
Mm-hmm.
experience tells you that you need to go further to figure out the electrical problem, right? So
Mm-hmm.
sometimes, I find when after the busy day of work, you go home and your mind's thinking about the job, that car, that vehicle that I was
Ah,
working on, and
okay.
sometimes all of a sudden it pops in my head, oh, I need to check that because I checked this and I checked that, and it seemed to be okay. And then when you go back the next morning, you somewhat are in the right how do you say area to find the problem, right?
Mm-hmm.
And and
And is that attributed to the fact that you had space and time
to
and
think,
isolation to sort these things out by
yes,
yourself?
yeah. Or I remember one time I had a what do you call it, Mini Cooper, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the car came into the shop, and the customer wanted to change the timing chain. So it's a pretty straightforward job. Change
Mm-hmm.
the timing chain, put it back together. The car started, and then it shut off. And I'm like, okay, and I couldn't get it to start again.
Hmm.
And then it took me down a whole long road to figure out what was wrong with it. And it boiled down to be the computer. And when we told the manager and told the customer, they didn't believe. They were like
Mm-hmm.
thinking I did something, but it wasn't anything that I've done. It just the computer had a problem, and when we took the computer apart, it was all melted inside. Right? It was,
Mm-hmm.
so sometimes you got little clues and or
But
that
it
you see
happens
when
in
you
the man cave. It happens when you're
yeah
isolated and not
sometimes yeah and
necessarily
when
on the job.
exactly you start to go over the paperwork and what you found and what you checked, and sometimes what you miss comes back and you just
Ah, okay.
get the answer, right?
I understand. What about you,
Yeah.
Abe? Where do you solve most of your problems?
Yeah, I agree with Anthony. Usually, uh, that's when we have a brain break, I call it. So, when you think about a job,
Mindstorm.
sometimes, yeah, think about a job, you want to fix it, it doesn't work, you try everything in the manual, try everything from your experience, doesn't work. And then, like, all of a sudden you be thinking, like, I forgot to check that, or I forget to check this, or maybe I missed on that. Because when you're under stress, I think the brain
Yes.
doesn't consider thinking about the simple stuff. It goes
Right.
when you're stressed, your
Mm-hmm.
thinking go deeper. bigger problems. Sometimes it could be something as a loose wire or something, a loose screw or loose ground wire, something
Mhm.
very like simple, and you don't think about it. And a lot of times, actually, I come to solutions when I'm driving, and I'll be thinking, okay, well, I didn't succeed today
Ah,
at this job. Okay, I missed this. I checked this, checked that. I say, okay. By the time I drive to my place, a lot of times I find answers. Or like
okay,
Anthony mentioned sometimes too, like, um, sometimes things don't even make sense. Like, you go by the book, by the manual, then you find the reason is something totally stupid and simple and something totally has nothing to do with common sense.
right,
So you
right. But
find that
it's usually going
solution and
to
you're very excited when you find the
yes,
solution. Yeah.
you're excited.
Yeah.
Let me kind of shift a little bit. Um, is there ever a time where other people around you, whether it's your significant other or your family members, they don't understand the reason for your retreat to the man cave? Do they ever offer any objections and tell you that it seems like you're spending too much time there and they would like more of your time there? Have you ever experienced anything like that?
Um,
Yes, yes. Want me to go first, or?
Sure,
Yeah,
feel
yeah.
free.
You do. They don't. They may not understand. Um, but even though you go to that man cave, is you're not there every day. Sometimes not every day you're there, but out of the week it might be a couple times for the week. But when you do get there, you tend to collect your
It's
thoughts.
interesting that you should say that, Anthony, because a previous individual told me that they're there every day. So I guess it's subjective. It's how often you need to go there, or you.
That's right. That's right.
So you're not there every day in terms of, well, I mean,
No,
you
not every day. No,
not every day.
no,
Okay.
not in that intense. But not every
Hmm.
day. But you do go there. There's another one. Here's another one. So I remember when I was, married, or should I say living together, and the wife upsets you. I would just get in my car and take a long drive.
Yeah.
When I cool off, I come back home, drive
Right.
back. So that can be your man cave in that
Makes
respect too,
sense.
right?
Absolutely. Women do
Yeah,
the same thing. They
yeah.
find a place of isolation. What about you, Abe, in terms of
I
someone
actually,
else?
myself, I avoided driving because um, I might get agitated for simple things. Like if you want to drive in the city, obviously, right? If I
Mhm.
can hit the highway and go somewhere outside the city, somewhere in the country, I don't mind. I'd love
Exactly.
to because usually nature, scenery, watching fields and stuff, mountains gets you relaxed. But I try avoiding getting in a vehicle and drive it into the city if ever I have to. I try to go as much as I can, and I would love to go to my place as much as I can. But sometimes, because of work, I'm too
Mhm.
tired. I go eat or eat and sleep, so I can't even make it. But I feel I'm missing out when I don't go.
Ah, and so
Um,
you'd love to be there every
I'd,
day if you could.
I'd love to if I can, but sometimes I don't have the chance to.
Right.
Um, yeah, so this is next. It depends on my work, as I said, with no schedule. So it's not like every day I finish at 5 and I can be there at 6 until 8 and then go home. No, sometimes I work
Well,
till 10 till 5.
well, not just that though, if I could just quickly interject, because
Sure.
the difference between what I'm hearing between you and Anthony is, you have somebody there with you that you also have to divide your time with. And Anthony does not have that. So he's like, I don't go there every day because I don't have a need to. I don't have the interruption. So I'm not looking for the cave as a solace and escape, as opposed to you, where your variables are, partner and on call. So you're looking for that more frequent getaway. Does that make sense, gentlemen?
Yeah, and also like
Yeah.
I usually have a project on the go. I always have at least one or two or three projects on the go. So I feel when I go is like I'm using my time and I'm actually working on something. At the same time, it's not like I'm going wasting my time and I feel like I'm just sitting there and observing. To me it's like, okay, well I relaxed, I worked a
Mhm.
little bit, I was productive, and I fixed something or did something. So now I can go home. I feel better because I did something with this free time, even though I enjoyed myself at the same time.
Right.
And also,
And
like, sometimes I make a fire pit, I make some fire, sometimes I make a
okay.
barbecue there. Sometimes, with my partner, we do stuff like I said, we barbecue stuff, steaks, whatever.
Well then,
Just make fire, make tea, make coffee.
that's really not me time. That's really we time.
Yeah, yeah, I don't mind, like I said, most of the times, but like my partner wouldn't come and interfere. Oh, what are you doing? Why are you touching? Why are you doing this? No, like
Right.
I like somebody being around me. Just don't come like into my
And
space, like
interfere
my
with
personal
your
space
stuff.
when I'm working. It's okay if you're around, just don't come too close and try
And
to,
don't rearrange anything, in other words. So let's move on
exactly.
to another level. Do you think it's possible for you to be addicted to your man cave
Is
in
it
any
possible to be
capacity?
addicted?
Addicted. You love to go to that space and you're free, you want to be there, you want to
Of
be there,
course,
you are there. Can you become addicted to it?
of course. It's a very simple, actually, answer to it because I wouldn't even start with it. If it wasn't something that I really like. Usually, we get addicted to stuff we like. Right? So if it's something somewhere that where I find my peace and I'm happy, um,
Hmm.
actually, if I skip a day and I don't go, and actually 2 days in a row, I feel like
Hmm.
something is missing. Like I'm missing out on something I like to do.
Right.
So
Anthony?
I try my best. Yeah.
I would say sometimes, yeah, sometimes, not all the time, but you know, let me put it this way. Men like to um, you like people in your space, but then there's a time where you want some
Ah,
quietness.
just the man by himself.
A man, I can't talk for the woman. I can talk for the man.
Right, of
Sometimes you
course.
just want to be left alone, and it may not be all day, it may not be what it just sometimes you just want to be stay away.
And let me ask you this then, Anthony, and I do understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Um, do you think that if you're given the permission, um, or the leave to be in your man cave for whatever period of time is necessary for you to get that refreshing, that rejuvenation, when you emerge from there, do you feel like your overall attitude and your interaction with everybody, your family, your partner, is improved? It's noticeably different. It's better.
Yes, yes. Yeah, because you have time to reflect on whatever it is that you need to reflect on. So for me, it's time for me to reflect on, I would go there and I would talk to the Lord, pray,
Hmm.
meditate, and
Okay.
read the word. And when I come out there, I feel refreshed. I feel okay, you know. So
Okay.
sometimes it's not because you're doing anything, but you just want to be in that space, and whether you're there being quiet, or you're watching a TV, or you're reading a book, or
Hmm.
working on something, you just you don't want somebody bickering at you or talking at you, and so you just get into that space and
Right.
you spend some time there.
Well, what about you, Abe, in terms of that same question? Is your overall attitude improve when you come out of it after spending the required time, according to you, not according to what someone else thinks you've had enough time in that cave, but according to you? Do you feel like your overall attitude is better when you come out?
Well, most of the times I can say yes, I do. Uh, I would say 80% of the times I do, but sometimes I'll be excited and going to work on something or I want to enjoy something and I don't end up fixing it right or finding out what's wrong with it. Then I come back even more stressed going home. So it's not like set rules, but most of the times, yes, it helps me to get in a better psychological, let's say, a state, in a
Hmm.
better mood, let's say overall,
Okay. I
but it's
appreciate
subjective.
that. Now, just a couple more questions. Be, and it is believed that women have a greater propensity to multitask. So whether they're, looking after the food and the children and everything's going on, the laundry, they can multitask, where a man apparently, according to statistics, has less of that capability. And first of all, let me ask you part A. Do you believe that women should have a woman cave where they escape all of the cares of their given days, whether it's home or work? Do you think they should have a woman cave?
Yeah, I think to be honest, any human, any person, even I believe animals have their own cave where they go to. Like even like we have a cat, and sometimes he doesn't want to talk to anybody. He goes under the couch and hide. Doesn't come out till like in an hour or two. And when he is in the mood, he comes back out. So
Mhm.
yeah, some women like they like shopping. That's what they feel find their peace. Some women they go do house chores. Some women just like to, I don't know, go for a drive. I'm not sure what exactly like to do, but from my personal
Mhm.
experience, what I've witnessed, those are a few options. And yeah, like I mean, I totally believe that women can multitask more than men. Like I can speak for myself. I have very hard time multitasking. Like if I'm working, I don't like to do anything else besides maybe listen to music. That's it. If you're talking to me while I'm working, I get distracted and I'll just like I enjoy working, but one task at a time. While the woman, I think the way God made women to be multitasking because they can do house chores, they can watch the kid, they can cook, they can clean, they can do a job if they're working at the same time, and like it's a gift they have that most men I don't think we have.
Well,
You
so
know.
far, the men that I have spoken to, all of them to date, have said, yes, that is true. And they've said, yeah, we don't multitask. And Malcolm said that it's a learned behavior. If you have to do it, you can, but it's like, I have to learn to. Anthony, what are your thoughts?
I would agree that on a woman's part, yeah, there's times when she needs time out too. And sometimes women would do certain things, or whether they sit down and watch a TV, or they read a book, or they doing the laundry. Sometimes they multitask, and I
Hmm.
call that. I guess you could call that a woman a woman's cave,
Well,
finding finding time away from the rest of the family. I don't know.
okay. Well, it's an interesting question and response that I do get from everyone, because when I say cave,
Hmm.
the suggestion is someplace different than the usual chores, the usual requirements of everyday life. So it's a place to resort to,
Hmm.
away from the kitchen, away from the children, away
Hmm.
from the cares of life. So when
Right.
you mention do the laundry, do some, those are not getting away into a cave. So that's why the first question is it a physical place? Is it a mental space? And most people have a physical retreat.
Hmm.
So a woman who is multitasking, and she's, as you said, somebody said, gifted to multitask, I wonder if she is in a place of solace while she's doing all of that. It's not a
If
physical
she,
place for us. But then again, you did say, go get her nails done, get her hair done, you know,
Hmm.
those sorts
yeah,
of things.
Exactly.
yeah, that's actually a very good example. Maybe um, if I'd like to comment to that, just yeah,
Yes,
some
please.
ladies that go get their nails done. Sometimes they go change their hair color, cut their hair, do something, go out with their friends. Maybe I don't know shopping. I feel like lots of women like shopping. For me, give me anxiety. I hate being at the mall. I hate shopping. I hate
Exactly.
being anything around the mall. Even a mall parking lot give me anxiety. So I'm not.
Mm.
Some guys you'll be surprised they love it, but I think there are very few guys that love shopping, want to walk around the mall.
No, you get in there and you get out, sir.
Yep. And I
You
know
go
That's
to
the
buy
exactly
a
what I
difference
suit, I
want.
between you
get the
and
suit,
us.
I get out.
That's the difference between
Yep.
you and us. We love it, and you like, what is this? And maybe perhaps what you are enjoying, we're saying, how could he? What is
Right.
that?
Exactly.
Well, that's the difference between your cave and a
No,
woman
they
cave.
have the right to enjoy what like maybe it doesn't make sense to me as a guy, but as a man, but to them that shopping is a therapy or their woman cave, that's totally
Good word.
fine.
Good word. Good word. And I'm going to ask you a final question.
Sure.
What do you
Yeah.
want women to know about the man cave that, if they knew, they would embrace the idea and even encourage this type of retreat more often? Do you think it would be an encouragement or the difference between the relationship with that partner or something else?
Um, I think the biggest issue here is lots of people never tried, so they don't know what it feels like to be in one or have one.
So basically, you're saying to a woman, you've never tried it, so you don't understand. But if you would allow me to do it, maybe our relationship would be enhanced. Is that what you're essentially saying?
Exactly true. Or come with me, stay with me at least a couple of times, just try it. It's a good place. If you don't like it, maybe we'll meet in the middle ground somewhere.
Let's put it this way. Uh, According to the word, Jesus went into a solitary place in the
Mm-hmm,
mountains to pray, right,
mm-hmm,
from everybody. So it's something that he's teaching us what we ought to do here on earth.
mm-hmm,
Sometimes we have to spend some time with him or spend some time with yourselves because at that time is when you can see yourself. You see
mm,
sometimes you see your flaws that you have, and maybe your wife is talking about something and you cannot understand what she's saying. But when you get into that quiet time where you isolate yourself, sometimes in there you can see or
mm.
hear what the person is trying to tell you, right? But because of this life that we live in is so busy here,
Yeah.
everybody gets up every morning to go make money and they're hustling, bustling. And
Mm-hmm.
sometimes, we're not friendly like we should be, to say hi to somebody on the street. And if we do, we don't have time to talk because we're so cumbered by the pressure of life, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's important that one gets time to spend some time to reflect on your
Mm-hmm.
day, reflect
And
on yourself, and
rejuvenate.
say, and do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because sometimes when what happens, a lot of people get busy during the day, and then when they get home now, and they're supposed to go to bed, they can't sleep because their mind is still working overtime
Ah,
because of the stress of life.
absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
so the man cave, I don't, you can abuse it. You can abuse it, I think,
Okay.
but you can abuse it by, you don't care what the wife says, you don't care what the children are saying, and you're gonna spend your time and drink and carry on whatever you do in your cave, and you're causing more harm too. But if you're going in there because you're trying to recollect your thoughts in your mind, then I don't see that being bad, right? So
So too much of a good thing can become a bad thing.
yeah, it can be. Yeah, yeah,
Balance.
balance. Yeah.
Abe?
Well, yeah, like everything else in life, you abuse it, it turns toxic for you. So, depend how you use it. But
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
some people, yeah, like some people they go do drugs and drink until they can't walk no more. And I know a person who got overdosed, by himself. This is that was very hurtful.
mm-hmm.
Um, he got to used to being lonely, and after a while, he can't even interact with people no more. He became like he loved his loneliness and being alone.
Ah,
Then he it led him to drugs, it led him to drinking, then he got overdosed one day. So
well,
I
mental
can't.
health issues. Exactly.
Uh-huh.
Well, any final words from any of you, either of you? When it,
So the subject, which is man cave, at least I suggest to every person, not only guy or girl, to try to do
mm-hmm,
something they like. to get away from the stress. It's something worth trying.
Good advice. Absolutely. Thank you for that, Anthony.
I would say that all that you have said tonight or what we've talked about, it can be good and it can be.
Based on what everyone has said tonight, I believe that whether it's a man cave or whatever you want to label it as being, there is a time, would you agree that there is a time that we enter into that subconscious place where we retreat in order to rejuvenate, whether it's a physical cave, not a cage, cave, or a subconscious place that is necessary to rejuvenate, revive, be refreshed, and start again tomorrow?
I do.
Would you agree?
I do. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Right. And it's
Yeah.
good for
It is like sleep. If you don't sleep,
ah.
if you don't sleep when you get up in the morning, you're like a zombie and you're no good, right?
Exactly.
You gotta do stuff crazy like a drunken person, right?
Mm-hmm,
That is driving
mm-hmm.
a vehicle and he's out of his mind because he didn't get, the body needs to replenish, right? So you
Yes.
close your eyes to sleep to replenish the body after 9 hours or 10 hours of work or whatever you were doing. You have to
Mm-hmm.
sleep. And if you do that, if you go without sleep for a few days, you're actually a dangerous person.
Mm-hmm.
You're like a time bomb, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So,
Absolutely.
so
Gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. I know that you live very busy lives. And Anthony, I know that you're 2 hours ahead of us. And Abe, I know that you barely got home, had time
No
with your
problem.
partner, and you still showed up.
Thank
Thank
you
you
very
so
much for
much.
having us. Thank
Absolutely.
you.
thank
My
you. Thank you for having us. Yeah.
pleasure. Have a good night, gentlemen.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
All right, take care.
Thank you. Good night. Have a good night. Take care. Bye.
Well, appropriately so, 2 cheers for Abe and Anthony. Well done. My next guest is Albert, affectionately known as Junior. Albert, tell me, what is your preference? Should I refer to you as Albert or Junior?
Just go ahead and call me Albert. It's easier for people to know and just call me by that. So I'm good
Okay.
to go.
Well, Albert, thank you for joining me this evening. And are you ready?
I am ready, ready as Freddy. Ready can be.
Okay, let's jump right in. Please introduce yourself and tell us where you're from and the line of work that you do. In addition to that, I'd like you to tell us how or do you relate to the statistics that 85% of Americans hate their jobs and are unhappy at work?
Wow, that's a loaded question, but I'll do my best.
Okay.
So my name is Albert Rapley. Was born in Jamaica. I grew up in Jamaica, Port partially, then Montreal, Canada, and traveled a bit across Canada. And here I am through Calgary, Edmonton, and now I'm in Saskatchewan. So Regina,
Wow.
Saskatchewan. That's what it is. So what do? I do many things to be exact. Looking for titles or handles. I was a fitness coach, a life coach, fitness trainer, life coach. I currently work with the city of Regina as a facility supervisor. And I'm also a minister in the church where I do speak with the people sometime, and I like to encourage people because I love people.
Wow. You wear many
Statistically,
hats.
I indeed I do. I mention I was a motivational speaker? I do that too as well.
That's
Um,
beautiful. Wow.
the statistics, if I can recall, whatever the
Mhm.
statistics are, and that many people are dissatisfied with their job. what they do. I am happy with who I am as an individual. There are some things I definitely want to achieve, but for the most part, I would say I am about 85, 90% happy all the time, sincerely.
Wow. So you are in direct opposite to the statistics of
Correct.
85% in terms of numeric.
Correct.
You're 85% happy with what you do
Absolutely.
and you love your jobs.
I didn't
Jobs,
I didn't say I was happy with how much I make. I just said
right?
there's a distinction.
Right? That's a big that's another subject altogether and another show. But you wear many hats. Do you feel like after a long day at work that you wish you had a bit of time to yourself? Or do you?
You know what? Sometimes I really do. But because I'm with people, I re-energize with people. I can speak to
Ah,
people all day, literally. And my phrase that I use, I can be with people 24, 6.5. Okay. So so that means the extra half hour is for me to rejuvenate, just to go by myself in my space and just do
right?
my thing and then come back again.
You know what? You're jumping ahead of me.
Oh wow, okay. All
You're
right.
jumping ahead of me,
Okay.
Albert.
All right.
But then
I'll slow
I think
down. I'll slow down.
no, I don't want you to slow down. This is very exciting and it's invigorating. So I'm going to ask you that 24, 6.5 is a very significant portion of your day.
Correct.
And then the residue, I'm going to call it residue, is for you. Now, can you give me, are you familiar, first of all, with the term man cave?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you properly.
Are you familiar with the term, phrase, man cave?
Absolutely.
What is a man cave according to you? What's your understanding of that term?
My understanding, it's man cave is a place where the man goes to be with himself, his thoughts. It's a space where the man feels at peace with himself. Um, and in some case it might be just to get away within his own space, within his own house. And it could be, yeah, like from a temporary relief from his wife, maybe, or other
Oh,
stuff.
is she listening? Is she there with you?
Or that may be going on around him at the time. But really, in essence,
Okay.
I think it's just to get to a place where he can be with his thoughts. And
Right, right. In all seriousness, yes. So,
yeah.
do you think that it's a physical place, a location, as one of the other guests said, or is it a conscious or a subconscious place that you just sort of mentally go there?
I think that primarily it is it could be it is both. I think it's both.
Okay.
I
Mhm.
think for some individual they need that physical place to be there, and it's almost as if it's a trigger. You're at this spot, all of a sudden I'm in my space, I'm feeling safe. But for
Mhm.
others, I think it's a mental space where I can be anywhere and I can find my cave, so to speak. For
Mm.
example,
Mhm.
just going for a walk, right? I can clear my
Ah.
head. I'm away from that immediate situation that's causing some irritation, right?
Mhm.
Some people may need that designated space, while others can be flexible and I think that flexibility would be due to their mental state or their capacity at that time. So I
Right.
think it could be both. So I would
Right.
say also, depending on the individual state of mind and the
Mhm.
weight or intensity of the situation that they're dealing with, I think so.
Okay. So it's kind of depending on the circumstance that you're dealing with, right?
Yes, and on the individual, because
And the individual, of
yeah,
course.
yeah,
We all have different temperaments, and so
that
we
is
all
correct.
demonstrate in a different way based on our
Absolutely.
personalities. Yes, so you would agree. You're a motivational speaker, so you identify and you can recognize the differences.
Absolutely.
Ah, okay. I don't want to ask you to categorize me. I won't do that right now. Okay. So what is your most visited cave-like environment? Is it a balance of both, Albert, or is it more of one than the other?
In terms of how often I go there, you're looking at
Well, not how often, but you're saying that it could be this or it could be that. It could be a
yeah,
going for a walk. It could just be a subconscious thought. It could be a location. What
yes.
about where do you fit into this equation? Like, what's yours?
And again, I become the anomaly because when I'm at home, I have a space that I go. I have an office in the downstairs, and in the downstairs open space, it also becomes my own little space, my own little cave.
Okay.
So almost the basement becomes mine when I'm home. When I'm at work, there's other rooms that are not occupied. I just go into one of those rooms and have a moment to myself.
Okay. So you
When
have some options. You got
Absolutely,
options.
absolutely. So when I'm driving, when I'm traveling, I use my car, and I have it as my office, and I have my space to speak out if I want to by myself, as long as I don't answer. Um, and I clear my thoughts. You heard that.
I just
And
caught that.
if I do answer myself, one of us don't win. We just make sure on the same page. But
You should be on the stage, honestly.
but sincerely, it could be anywhere. So for me, because of the variety, the various roles I fill,
Right.
wherever I am, I can create that space because I
So
know
it's
when
portable.
I need to do that.
It's portable.
Absolutely.
Definitely it's portable. And how often do you access this space? Is it on a regular, daily, or just as needed
As
basis?
needed, as need be.
And how frequent has that been lately?
It, let me think, because it depends. And sometimes I could slip in and slip out. So
Oh, okay.
they're virtual.
Right.
Because some days when the pressure of the various roles hit me, last week was a very, very busy week with work,
Okay.
with church, with preparation for
Mhm.
this meeting, for other meetings at the university, other places. So a lot I have to take care of different compartments. And it's one person, yet I need to sleep, but I also need to go to my presentation to ensure things are clear. So I
Right.
need my space. So when do I have that time? So while I'm at
So
work, go ahead.
so wait a minute. You're basically telling me that you have the attributes of what most women have and men don't, which is the ability, the capacity to
Absolutely.
multitask.
Absolutely. I absolutely do.
Was it learned, Albert?
Um, I think it's something that I developed over the years without realizing that's what it was.
Ah,
Because when under pressure, I would perform. If the job needs getting done, I can get it done in that time. I work well under pressure.
okay. So that might be a little bit a kind of a sidebar thing because I mean, working under pressure doesn't necessarily mean you can multitask.
Well, for me, why I say that? Because I usually have multiple things going on at the same time. So
Yeah.
sometimes it's with home and church and work at the same
Yes.
time. And then
You're
sometimes health is
yeah.
a factor as well. And sometimes other persons have issues that need to be resolved. And I'm the
Right.
one person that's connecting everybody together.
So can I ask you, are you a married man?
I am very happily married.
Okay. And do you have children?
Well, my wife had them, but I assisted her in producing them.
Albert. Okay.
We have three. We have three
Are
together.
your children grown? Are they still living at home?
They're all grown. My baby girl is still at home, and I call her my baby girl. She's 27,
Ah,
and she'll be getting married next year.
lovely. Congratulations.
Thank
Congratulations.
you.
So I'm going to ask you, what do you do when family members are pulling at you and they want some of your time in a very busy world of 24 6.5? How do they factor in terms of I need that 0.5, other 0.5 for
Hmm.
me? And when they need to access you during that 0.5 period of time, do you allow it? What happens?
Well, let me respond to you this way. I remember one of the seminar I went to many years ago, and the speaker was making reference, and he gave an example. He said, I forgot which president. He said one of the president was in his office and in a meeting, and his young child at the time was crawling into the meeting to come to daddy. And one of the members in the meeting would stop the child from coming in, and the says, "Hey, no, that's my son. Let my child come in." I used that, and I told my children, I said, I'm very busy with this and that and the other. And if I'm in a meeting, if you need me, that's my statement to my family. If you
Yes.
need me, you get my attention. You text
Ah,
me. If I don't respond to a text, you call me. And if I don't respond to a call, you can just come and knock on the door. You are always welcome, no matter what's going on. So my
family
family
first.
has first space. Absolutely.
Family first. I love it. Wow. Let me shift a little bit to what happens in the cave when you do have that 0.6 amount of time. Now you put me there. I'm going to keep on using it. So,
You're gonna hold me to that,
but
aren't you?
point
You're gonna
0.5.
hold me to that, aren't you?
Yeah, I am. That 0.5, that quotient.
Mhm.
When you're in that time away from everybody and the children or the wife or other people, other factors are not interrupting it,
Mhm.
are you solving problems or are you just strictly just relaxing? What are you doing?
No, relax. So my wife says that I'm always on.
Ah,
I believe her, but it's not quite as it appears, because
okay.
although I'm on, I'm rejuvenating while I'm on.
Oh,
um, so while I'm in my quiet space, it is my time, not just my down. I can breathe, I can sigh, I can cry, I
mm,
can cry in my
mhm,
space. I look
mhm,
at me and I can look at
mhm.
myself critically and analytically and just examine me
Right.
and ask myself tough questions. What are you doing? What do you think you're? And answer those questions. Absolutely. And answer
Yes.
those questions. And because at the end of the day, you want to have a healthy, you want to be in a healthy state so you can be healthy for your family and for those you're interacting with.
Hmm.
Right.
So let me ask you, what does self-absorbed mean to you? Being self-absorbed.
I think it probably depends on the perspective that it's coming from. Um,
Mhm.
in basic, you would think one is full of oneself.
Yeah, what it suggests. Yes.
Yeah, that's right. However, you need to take time you need to be intentional to look at you. So
Hmm.
for that moment or that space of time, yes, you need to be absorbed with you, looking
Hmm.
at you in a critical or a healthy way for the objective, the purpose of getting back into the mainstream of things so you can function effectively.
Right. So that's that type of self-absorbing
Is good.
absorbment, is that the word? Is a positive. It's not a
Absolutely.
negative. Right.
But,
Okay.
but
Go ahead.
I was going to say, but if it's all about you all the time, then we have a problem.
Right. Absolutely. But I mean, man caves are really suggestive of all about me
Me,
because or
myself,
all
and
about
I.
you in order to kind of what we're suggesting what has been suggested is rejuvenation is necessary and it for a man because he typically does not multitask and perform optimally outside of the cave he needs because he doesn't multitask he needs that time away to rejuvenate and emerge from that position that place whatever it is mentally or physically, that location, that space.
Yeah.
And then when he comes from it, he's ready to, address the world again.
I think man cave could have been given a bad rap in some cases, but let
Yes.
me say how I think about this. I think that it really provides that healthy environment, that space for
Right.
that man to be uninterrupted, for him to be undisturbed, we'll call it. So he have his me time to
Hmm.
process in his mind whatever he has to deal with, so that when he gets back to the regular mainstream of society, his family or
Hmm.
work, wherever it is, he's coming out better focused, and he can
Right.
be more effective or efficient in solving problems or situations, whatever it is.
Right.
Um, I think that the man cave really does it provide that safe space, and it
Okay.
enables me to process without having to deal with any issue, noise related
Externals.
matter, or like
Yes.
I like to have fun and say nagging spouse. Just saying, no, not mine is not, but true story. So again, with a healthy state, this is important. I think with a healthy state and also a healthy relationship, using the man cave effectively, it would
Hmm.
it would really help the man himself and his family or those around him.
So it promotes what you're saying. And what I'm getting from all of that is that it's a promoting of better
Oh,
relationships.
absolutely,
Because
absolutely.
you did say this, and I've picked up some buzzwords and phrases from everyone, and yours is healthy environment, safe space.
Correct, as it relates to this, absolutely.
Absolutely. So let me ask you another question in terms of externals.
Okay.
Has it ever been have you ever experienced where you wanting to be strictly by yourself in that healthy environment, safe space, no interruptions, and you could not? And how did you deal with it?
I'm very creative.
Okay.
So yes, there have been times when there's so much demand, there's hardly time for you to get away. And you're in the thick of things. There's a biblical passage that says, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he.
Absolutely.
And so I apply that scripture and the principle to myself. So in the midst of what seemed to be chaotic, I can have peace. And again, depending on one's mental state, one can make the adjustment.
Right.
So in an area where things around is chaotic, I can just go to the washroom. I'm allowed to do that.
Right.
To facilitate the demand of my internal structure.
I love it. You are creative,
and I extend the time.
you extend the time. Well, you know what? You're in the loo, so like leave me alone, and that's allowed. I get that.
So go ahead.
No, I think I interrupted you. You weren't finished your thought. Please
I
share.
use that time quickly and breathe and just come to a balance, a place where I am at peace with me, knowing that all this is around, I accept it. So I accept that I have these things to do, and I compartmentalize carefully and really prioritize, and then decide what needs to be addressed, and then emerge from that moment and still be able to function effectively.
So you create, you're creative, and in that creativity, you are accomplishing what is necessary for your healthy, effective, balanced mindset and ability to move forward because of that creativity that you are able to implement. I get that.
That is correct.
And you use the word balance, and it's one of the words that has been buzzing around during these interviews. Balance is absolutely one of the criteria for an effective, successful, coming out of that space, right? You have to have balance. You have to have balance. Do you believe that, let me put it to you this way. Do you believe that too much of a good thing is no longer good?
I've heard that phrase many years. I don't think I've actually quite analyzed it. But I would have to ask more questions, depending on what the good thing is.
The man cave, it's a good thing, but could you overdo it? Could you become addicted to it where,
absolutely.
Now it's turned, go ahead.
Okay, I think absolutely that's possible. How so? How can become addictive? Well, simple like this. There are certain individual or men who are less talkative, so to speak, less communicative. They don't communicate a whole lot, except when they were pursuing the lady. Just saying. But I think that for those who don't communicate lots, and oftentimes there are those who also want to escape. So they're viewing this, they're using this space as a means of escape, that they're not coping with the situations around them. This can become an addictive behavior, because in this sense, they're presenting themselves to some they're exposing themselves to unhealthy aspect of the cave. Because all of a sudden they're away from all that's like, phew, oh my God, wow, I'm glad I don't have to deal with that. So I want to stay in this place as long as possible.
And so it becomes counterproductive?
Absolutely. Because I'm not dealing with it. I'm not thinking of me. I'm not seeing where I might have done wrong. I'm not seeing where I need to improve. I'm not seeing anything. I'm glad I don't have to deal with it.
Well, what if the argument is, I need to be here longer because I'm not quite at the place that I intend to be. So I need to be here longer. Not necessarily as what you're alluding to is it's a place of, escape, and I don't want to deal with situations, but I need to be here long because my situation requires longer hours, longer time, more frequent time. That could become a negative.
It could.
Out of a good thing, a bad thing.
And I think that, so yes and no. Yes, that it could become a bad thing, but it could also be remedied. That's what I'm getting at.
Okay.
So what you're
Absolutely.
saying in terms of, I need to be there on a regular basis more often than not, no problem. Let's have a conversation about that. What's causing you to have to be there so often? And when you're there, the length of time you're there, and if I'm needed elsewhere and I'm trying to hide in my cave, I am, in a sense, shirking some responsibilities, in a sense. But let me put it this way: if we are really honest as person,
Mhm.
and each person is different, and we'll have to clarify that to whom it matters, right?
Right.
Some people may use the man cave to literally escape
Right.
responsibilities, but that's not a healthy way of doing it. So I would imagine
Right.
that in some cases the critics may be correct to say, "Hey, yeah, they're trying to hide from it," but this space,
Mhm.
it should be processing where we emerge with clearer picture of what needs to be done and how to go about it, doing those things. So I would say then, for it not to be a negative, we need to have more communication, which
Oh,
is
okay.
also a trigger for some men. That's why they
Mhm.
run from it. But that's
They
what's
don't want to communicate. And that's something that I believe the previous guest alluded to, and he said that communication is, key in any relationship, and
and
communication
Sharon,
as to, yes, go ahead.
sorry, finish your thought. I interrupted you.
No. He was saying basically that communication is important and it's integral to a healthy relationship. And if you're going to be in the man cave, you do need to communicate that to those people that are significant in your life, so that they have an understanding. That was one of his messages that he wanted to put out there. But go ahead, you had a thought.
No, with that, thank you. For the effective use of the man cave, communication is essential.
Mm-hmm.
You talked about what if they feel they need to be there longer. Well, this is when I need to tell my wife or my spouse that I need more time.
Mm-hmm.
There has to be an understanding. Let me throw this in there. I do
Mm-hmm.
counseling as well, and
Okay.
when we do premarital counseling, one of the things I tell the couple, I said, you as a couple need to establish what's called ceasefire. There need to be a word that you use as a ceasefire.
Ah.
So
Mm-hmm.
whatever it is, let's say it's pineapple for the purpose, and it has to be a word that both of us understand. That once
Yes.
any one of us say pineapple, it means, hey, hold on, stop right
Yeah.
now. We're gonna
We have an
take
understanding. Yes.
absolutely half an hour or an hour, depending what we agree to.
Mm-hmm.
If after that half an hour or an hour we come back together and we start again, and it's we can say pineapple again
Okay,
until
I
we
think I
come
like
to
that. I've heard this. I've heard of this before, in a different setting,
okay.
and it does work. It does work.
So I that's important again, communication, right? Because if I
But the word
genuine
the word should not be ceasefire, for sure.
no, and it shouldn't be fed up either. Right?
I'm out of here. No. Okay, let me ask you a question that hopefully you're able to come up with something new, because you're a very creative individual.
Sometimes. Go
Two,
ahead.
actually, I'm going to ask you two questions.
Uh-oh.
Do you believe that, in the right context, that a man cave and the concept of it really speaks to an improvement and rejuvenation and an improvement of your overall attitude towards your life, your relationships, yourself? The concept of the cave, because what the cave really represents is rejuvenation. Do you think that a man cave can really improve your overall attitude, and therefore everyone should have one?
Mhm. Um, so I was gonna say great subjectivity in terms of the individual and their state. Because the cave, it's a place, right, whether it's a
Mm-hmm.
mental space or a physical space, it is that
Mm-hmm.
space that, so it now moves to the individual. Who am I going in this place, in this space? What is my mental state like? What is really my objective for going in this space?
Objective. Okay.
Okay. So if my objective is proper, and I'm going to say proper in let's say you healthy, if my objective is right in the right place, then I can go in the cave and I will emerge in a better state, so to speak, a better man, better attitude,
Okay.
right? Better reflection. If
Yes.
I'm not in a healthy mental or emotional state, well,
Right.
state, then I'm going to go in there and then I'm going to somewhat cocoon myself with
Mm.
that and pacify myself inside that place, and then it becomes a negative.
Makes sense to me. And I said final question, but I have two.
Oh, go right ahead. I'm
I
enjoying
like
it.
your answers. I like your responses. Your significant other,
Yes.
do they understand the purpose of your type of man cave? Do they recognize when you need to be there? And do they send you there?
I'll give you a humor first, and then I'm gonna answer your
Okay.
question. So sometimes when we're doing couples thing and we're talking, and my wife will say, you know, sometime I've just had enough of him. And I said, go visit your mother for a week.
For a
So
week,
it's like sending me to my cave, so to speak.
right?
I want to
Okay.
also, I want to answer your question, but initially when I started just getting away by myself, when I had presentations to prepare for, and I'm focusing on that, I would be interrupted by either my wife or the children. I can recall my responses were not the most positive.
Okay.
I've never at those initial at the onset of things, I didn't explain to them why what I was
Mm.
doing. They didn't understand why I
Okay.
need my space and my time. Plus, I did not carve out a particular space in the house for my spot.
Yes.
I just sat at the table in my zone in my head, but they don't know what's going on. So my
Right.
wife sees me, she called me for something. I'm annoyed. I'm being disturbed. My
Yes.
children are calling, I'm annoyed. So my response to them wasn't how it should be. And then
Hmm.
I realized that's not healthy.
No.
And so then I just got up from where I was, went in the basement. So I started going to the basement now. And
Ah.
then my wife would come down and ask me something. I said, honey, I'm trying to, and she says, oh. And so then after a while, then the
Mhm.
conversation came, I'm just studying. I don't mind speaking with you, honey, but when I'm in this zone, I need to be able to finish this. So there's an understanding communicated, conveyed. She
Yes.
understands that. So
So
go ahead.
that's an interesting explanation, which I've not heard yet, because one of the questions that I have not yet asked anyone, but I'm going to ask you because it seems like your realization of needing a physical space came by a default based on the negativity that was coming from you, where it was really saying, Albert, you need a man cave. You need a man cave. You need a space of retreat so that the communication is not, how am I doing, counselor?
You're good. You're good. So I don't
You
bite
know,
their
that's
heads
what
off.
that's what I'm getting from you.
You're absolutely correct.
Okay. So it's a default. It happens
For
naturally.
me, it happened by default, but
Yeah.
I fell in love with it and I kept using it. It works.
Do you know, I was wondering if most single men have a place of retreat, or do they need one? Or is it a realization after they become coupled with a partner? Well, let me get your response to that.
I think it could be both. But primarily when I'm by myself, my whole space becomes my cave. My
Of course, yes.
my room, my apartment, whatever it
Yes.
is my space, my cave. So I don't have anyone there interrupting my space. But
Right.
once I'm coupled with someone else, that person, or we're different individuals, that person don't have
Yeah.
the opportunity to interrupt or invade, right, my space. So I now need to be intentional to create that space so that we
Hmm.
can have this understanding and balance and get things working. Hmm.
Intentional. Yes, absolutely. And do you think that your wife has a cave, or do you think she deserves a cave, or do you think that because of her ability to multitask naturally, it's not necessary for a physical, sanctuary
I
to
notice how you said that naturally, but my time my tie ad, and I'm just throwing it out there that
Okay,
people would generally that most women can multitask, but some women in India have challenges multitasking.
that's true.
True. So for those who can, bless God for them. So my wife, I think her space is in the would be in the living room at times, or sometimes she go away into the bedroom just for to go to sleep. But more so the living room, sit down and to ponder. When I notice she's in there, I can check what's happening. She's okay. She's thinking. I give her space. I just go to my space, and then every so often I come up and I
Yeah.
join her, make sure it's okay. I can join her.
Wait, oh, I love that, because one of the questions that you're just making all these questions come up, and I didn't necessarily plan to ask you all of them, but they're happening naturally.
That's fine.
So are people, is your wife, because you're home with wife now and children, is it empty nest time? Is she invited? Is she always invited if she wanted to invite? You just finished saying that you sometimes join her. How do you know she wants you in that space with her?
I ask, and I know
Oh,
I ask, and I know in the past sometime she wanted me to come sit up there with her, but I'm in the middle of something else, so I resort to my space. And then when I finish, that's when I'm finished. I'll come up there with you. And
so there's never an occasion where you come into the living room and you see her sitting in that space and she says ceasefire.
no, not like that. But I tell you what happened. She watches certain detective shows, and so sometimes they're okay, sometimes I'm tired of them.
Yes.
Because they're always on. I'm going, oh my God, can we watch something else? So I will sit with her for a minute. Can we watch something else? And she's not changing. So I said, okay, see you later. I'm gone again, back to my cave. Put on my
Ah,
put on my sports
okay.
and everything. No issue. We're not fighting. We're not arguing.
No
We're
issue,
just
just accommodating one another and respecting
absolutely.
that you have differences in taste. And so actually the final question for real is this.
Before you do the final question, I want
Yes,
to say that although I'm in my space, if she really needs me, she can get my attention. If anyone needs
absolutely.
me, they can get my attention. That's important.
Well, you did establish that in the beginning.
Yes,
You said
yes,
knock, email, text, whatever, knock at the
that's
door.
right.
Like, you know what? Family first. And I really respect that. And I did pick that up in the beginning of this. So that's clear. But the final question is, if you could say something to women, what do you want women to know about a man cave that if they knew, they would embrace the idea and even encourage this type of retreat more often? What would you say?
I was gonna give my first answer that popped in my head, but think I hold it back.
Oh
Um,
my goodness.
I
Feel
was
free.
gonna, I was gonna say, don't come into my space. Just kidding. But
Don't come into my okay, my space.
I think the intent really, if women would know this, that the real intent of the cave is not because we don't love you or not
Mhm,
because we don't want to be with you.
mhm,
That must be clear. We
mhm.
really want to make sure that we're able to give you our better self.
Ah,
Okay, just understanding, and that's how we process this stuff. Ladies or females in general,
mhm.
um, oftentimes process things through conversation.
Yes.
So they will talk with another girl and another woman, and they'll talk, and get till they come.
Wait a minute. Wait
Yeah,
a
yeah,
minute.
yeah,
Were
yeah,
you
yeah,
talking
yeah,
to
yeah.
the previous guest?
No. Hold on a minute. Hold on. Let me finish my thought. And they'll talk until they're processed. That's my point. That's the key point to remember. Not about talk. Don't jump on that one. Um, and the men in their space, they're pondering. They're not talking to the guys, they're just talking to themselves with it internalized. So if the ladies understand, this is not
Okay.
about not wanting to be with you. It's
Mhm.
really, I need to do this so I can be a better me to give a better me to you.
This is why I was interrupting you because I said, were you talking to the previous guest before you
Oh,
came into this room?
uh-huh.
Were you talking to the previous guest?
No, I was not. I don't know who the previous guest was.
Because you guys gave the exact same final words.
Really?
Yes,
Wow.
pretty much. I'm going to go talk to him again.
Wow. Well,
No, that's absolutely wonderful because I guess you know what, it's true. It makes for a better relationship. In other words.
well, absolutely, right? I saw I saw a sign once. It said, "Beware of dog." he bites first and asks questions later.
Okay.
So we don't want any relationship to bite first and then try to backpedal.
Right.
So
Okay.
we want the understanding to be clear.
Absolutely.
That's what it is.
Absolutely. Okay, so do you have any final words or thoughts?
You know, thank you for asking that, Sharon. I wanted to ask you, because you've asked us these questions, and it's a great, they're great questions. As a lady, could you tell us then, men, what is it that irritates ladies or women about the men and the man cave? Can you tell us about that?
Albert, this is my show.
It is your show, and that's why I'm asking you to give the crowning moment. See?
This is funny. So this is an unexpected twist, but I will answer it. I don't know if I can speak on behalf of all women everywhere, but if I was to answer subjectively, what I've learned, what we've learned is communication. And you honed in on that, and when you were explaining that sitting at the table and the lack of communication was a misrepresentation of how you were actually feeling towards the person, but you didn't communicate to her what you needed, which was space. And so when you start to communicate with us, then we have an understanding and we say, yes, please go.
Wow.
But the lack of communication, it creates an environment of toxicity. You're not talking to me. And then it's a breakdown. Really, absolutely.
You know, when you're speaking that, you remind me of something that I said to my wife. I was asked to speak on a marriage program some time ago, and I said to the group that after learning a few things, I plan to date my wife again. Now, this is after 30 something years. And I say that publicly. We men, we need to start dating our wives again because we become so comfortable after a while. And there's some room for being comfortable, that's fine, but we must never stop being curious. We must never stop wanting to know more about them because there's so many aspects to them. I also told my wife recently, because our daughter is getting married next year. I said, honey, one of the things we need to do is just go out more. I want to learn you all over again.
I love it.
Because
I love it.
Absolutely, I'm very intentional. I want
because when the empty nest thing happens, it's like you two strangers.
Absolutely. And I said, I don't want to have that happen. I'm
because the
looking
focus has been on the children for all these years. Dad
Correct.
is out in the field, he's out in the field with his tools and he's trying to make the living.
That's
And
it.
mom's home with the children and minding the home, and the communication is breaking down.
And I think a lot of folks miss that. Absolutely. You're absolutely right on that. Thank you. That's important. So if we understand that, and then if the men are honest and we have that communication, we can solve a lot of problems. We can prevent a lot of breakdown. Because I said, look, if this is what I said from our relationship. When we got married, I said, if God can keep us one day, he can keep us two. I kid you not. I said that. And if he can keep us 2 days, he can keep us 4. And the principle went on. If he can keep us 1 week, he can keep us 2. He can keep us a month, he can keep us a year, and so forth. And here we are almost 37 years later.
I love that. 37 years of marriage. And you are so in love with your wife.
Absolutely.
And
I'm not always thrilled with everything, but I love her. Absolutely.
Absolutely. You know what I was thinking when you were talking earlier? You said, you made me think of marriage as like taking a bath. If the water gets cooled off, you add more hot water. So that is that whole concept of, dating your wife again.
Absolutely.
And you have to do it's work.
Absolutely. It's
And so
intentional.
the cave, let me just say this, the cave represents that bathtub.
Yeah.
Where it's getting heated up again.
That's good. Because if it's intentional, if it's in my heart and I want the better for the relationship, then I'm going in there to make sure I am coming out better so I can strengthen my family, strengthen everybody in the house for that matter.
I think I'm going to go build a cave for my husband.
No, that won't work. Now, that's what not to do. Okay, that is what not to do.
Go to your cave. What would be the buzzword that I could say Albert brought to this conversation that when we think of Albert, we think of this topic, we think of this phrase? What would it be?
Intentional communication.
Intentional communication. Well, Albert, again, thank you so much for your time. It has been quite the energy, and I really, really believe that when this is published, that many people will benefit from having heard your responses. So thank you.
Thank you so much. God bless you. You're doing a great job. Continue to
Thank
make impact and inroads into lives and make a positive impression. Have a great.
Awesome.
Thank you.
God bless. Take care. Well, my next guest is Wayne. Wayne, welcome. And are you ready?
I am ready.
Okay, and thank you for joining me this evening. I know that you probably just finished work, but I appreciate that you showed up. Okay, so if you're ready, let's jump right in. Please introduce yourself, tell us where you're from, and the line of work that you do.
Well, originally I'm from Toronto, Canada, my birthplace, but island parents of Jamaica. I
Okay.
migrated from Edmonton, Alberta to Florida.
Lucky you.
So now as far as occupation, I have a few occupations, but I have a business of my own, and
Okay.
it's in construction and plumbing.
Okay.
Mhm.
And before I get into all of that, because now I've got lots of questions that are going to come just from those two declarations. Wayne, how do you relate to the statistics that 85% of Americans hate their jobs and are unhappy at work?
Well, when I was working for someone, that is definitely the truest of statements. You spend a lot of time, if you just look at the work situation altogether, you spend more time at your job than you do at home. So most Americans do not travel as much as foreigners. You know, you have people from New Zealand and you know, uh, Greece. They travel maybe 2 or 3 times a year. And as Americans, they rarely travel, but when they do travel, it's maybe like a weekend thing. It's not
Okay.
long periods of time.
So you, in particular, as a self-employed American, now American, does that 85% ratio impact you at all? Are you within that group or not? I know you
I-
said that if you previously where you were working, that would be true. So now it is not true.
No, it still remains the same. The difference is that sometimes you work with what you have. So I have skills that I have. So it's not about being happy, it's making sure that your projected plans of taking care of your family is it stays on point. Because I
Okay.
think realistically, being happy at a job, it's not I wouldn't say it's as realistic as it should be, just in the sense of the saying that when you're working someone else's time and you don't spend much time with your family. So if you're working for a business, usually that person who owns the business is spending time with their family. Meanwhile, you're spending time working on the job.
That makes
And
sense.
the more money you make, the more time you spend at your job.
Right. That does make sense. And let me ask you this then. After a long day at your business, right, which you own, how do you feel after work, after you finished?
Exhausted. Yeah, I'm exhausted. But I have
Do you,
I have ways of dealing with, I say, stressful moments. So
Okay.
as a Christian,
Hmm.
a lot of praying, a lot of uh, fasting during the times when you're working. So a lot of the
Mm.
very very hard. It's not as hard because it's not, you don't deal with it in the mental, because you can't, as a Christian, you leave it to the Lord. So it's kind of, you're dealing with things, but you don't harshly deal with them in the sense of that you're the one in control. You realize that you're not in control of the situation.
So you basically say, I have an edge, and the edge that I have is, I give it to God, kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So, you said you have two different disciplines, which one was, you said plumbing and
Yeah. Construction and plumbing.
okay.
So
So how stressful, you mentioned the word stress a couple times. So is your job moderately stressful or very stressful?
for the average person, it's very stressful. There are timelines, deadlines to be met. In the field that I'm in, we do a lot of commercial work.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're doing commercial work, let's just say, well, I'll give you a scenario. Right now, I'm in a situation where I don't have the greatest of workers, but I have workers. So because they don't have the greatest of workers, they don't put their best in. So there are times that we'll
Okay.
have to do things twice, and
Mm-hmm.
it allows us to, it hurts us on our deadline. In these commercial
Right.
jobs, for
Mm-hmm.
every day late, they charge you a certain amount to all the subcontractors.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Those are stressful moments because you have a gain of money that you're trying to have,
Yes.
and if it gets taken away, your pot's getting smaller and smaller. And as anyone would know, when you're in business, there's a lot of expenses, especially in that uh,
Absolutely.
kind of trade.
That trade. Absolutely. So when you need reprieve because you are the boss, really, and based on those factors that you've just described, shared with me in terms of, competence or incompetence, where you have to go back and sort of do it again,
Mhm.
right? That's
Mhm.
quite stressful. So how do you, besides the fact that you say you give it to God, you are still a man.
Right.
Okay. And so we have to deal with what's reality, with our realities as human beings.
Mhm.
And so, do you have a man cave? What is a man cave in terms of your understanding?
My man cave is not a physical in the house or building. It's nature. I
Mm,
when I'm stressed beyond, or when I'm really a lot of tension, I go to the water. I don't live very far from the beach.
okay.
I either get in the water or get in my boat, and I don't do any fishing. I just get in the boat and just kind of watch the evening time, or I wake up early in the morning to watch the sunrise. One or the other, evening
Wow.
when it sets or the sunrise. But that's a time when I sit back and just kind of think about put my mindset of it could be worse type of situation. Who,
Okay.
there are a lot of people who don't have it. So the man cave for me is that. That's what my man cave is.
So you really look at the glass as half full, not half empty.
Yeah, yeah.
So your environment is a setting where you can actually just get out of the house, get out of that environment, and go into nature because it's a beautiful surrounding. Look where you are. When are you
Yeah.
coming back to Toronto to the brick and the mortar?
Yeah, right.
Not anytime soon, I'm sure.
Well, I'll be down there. I'll be that way soon, but it's on business adventures. Uh,
Okay.
uh,
It would be lovely
Take
to
it
see.
to the north end and try to see
Okay.
what can become of it.
Lovely.
Hmm.
So, do you think that, well, you just already told me that for you, your man cave is nature, and based on the environment and where you are, your geography allows you to not have to build one. You don't have to build a cave or, go to a basement sort of thing. You can just go outside, get in your boat and
Yeah.
and look at the environment in terms of what's natural.
Right.
Natural.
Right.
And how often do you get out on that boat or go to the beach? How often do you have to do that?
That's the thing. I don't get to go out there as often, but as often as allowed.
Hmm.
Like I was at one point I was working pretty much almost like 7 days a week.
Okay.
Then I brought it down to 6 days a week, and then so now what I'm doing is actually it'll be soon. Within the next couple of weeks, I'll actually have weekends completely no work at all, not to stress about it. So,
Okay.
what I'll just go to. I'll be able to do it maybe once, at least once a month, at least.
Lovely. So you're a planner. You're
Yeah.
looking ahead. Okay. So is anybody invited when you go to those places and resort to the relaxation mode? Are you by yourself? Do you bring significant other, or you just need to be alone because it's your cave, man
Yeah,
cave?
being alone is important. I think a lot of men need that alone time because they need to. There's a lot of things they got to sort out. There's a lot of stresses beyond the job that men do go through. Um, well,
Elaborate on that
I'll
if you
I'll
can.
give I'll give you an example. I'm going to
Okay.
bring race into it a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So, as a black man, you're prone to have to work a little harder to get a lot of the things that your counterparts can get very easily.
Okay.
So, with that in mind, it was kind of like you're a two-tone person. You have a
Mm,
way that when you're at work, and then you have a way that when you're with your family and your friends.
okay.
So I'll say it like this: as a Jamaican, you can speak patois when you're with your family, but you can't take that to your business place because unless your accent's just strong enough. But if you're like I am and you're raised somewhere, you're able
Yeah,
to switch. So
exactly.
that tends to be a lot of men that are in that situation where that's how, like I said, there's a lot of stresses that we don't really see. And I think most men do need to sit back by themselves and kind of make it an assessment of themselves,
Hmm.
where they are, where they're going, what are they feeling at this point, and if there is something they're going through at that time, how to deal with it. And I think a man has to have that, being that you're also a leader of a home, so
Hmm.
that your way of dealing with things is not going to be the same like your kids or your wife or that kind of situation.
Hmm. Okay. So when do you have you keep referring to family?
Mhm.
So do you have a family?
I have a family. Yes, I do.
Okay. I'm waiting. Do
Okay,
you have
so I got
what
I
what is
got
your family consist of?
I got five. I've got 5 kids. I'm
What?
married. Yeah, I got 5 kids. I got 2 of them that are married. Yeah, yeah. Just matter of fact, just like on my birthday, all of them, they called, and I just had my first grandson. I just saw him for the first time for my birthday.
Oh,
So it was
wonderful.
kind of a good little thing. But family to me, I think this, I guess is, I'll say it like this. A lot of times, purpose, man's
Hmm.
purpose, if they have a family, that's their purpose. They're there
Mm,
to take care of their family. You look at it differently. There's sacrifice that you make that it won't be the same as the mom or anything like that.
right.
That I call it the unsung heroes. You're
Ah.
if your son becomes famous, and I once done this with my parents, and I didn't recognize it until I got older, and my father and I had a discussion, and I remember I'd ran a track meet and I'd won, and it was on ESPN. And that was the first thing I said was, "Hey, mom, hey, mom." You know, not one
Yeah,
time did I ever really
mom.
mention my father.
Oh my goodness,
But
yes.
when I look back at what my father did, so every time that I asked my mom, really, it was coming from my father. You know what I
Ah,
mean? And I think a lot of us don't really see it that way until we get older and we have our own kids, and we're like, "Oh man, you
you
know, hold
become
on,
that father.
I
Exactly.
think a lot of times, a lot of men also feel unappreciated. That's why I
Mhm.
said, that's why I said, having a man cave or
Mhm.
some type of solitude to themselves is very important, because you have to come to grips with a lot of things that what you probably would used to get when you were younger as a child. You no
Mhm.
longer get those same things as as an adult father.
So you really support the theory that, the whole concept of a man cage becomes a reality once you're in a particular environment. You get to a particular, I don't know, let's say age, and the responsibilities of life as a man are falling on you, and then you realize you need a cave.
Yes, yes,
You realize you need a cave. You don't think about that beforehand.
yeah. I think that's because I guess yeah, you don't really think about it, Lauren. You're right, because when you're a kid, your life is involved in having fun, going everywhere, doing this, hanging with your friends. When those things stop, you have to have another venue. Some men, I got friends that are older than me, and they're in their 60s and 50s, and they're playing video games. I mean, they got high tech stuff, but they
Oh,
spend their time and stuff like that,
yeah.
to kind of get away from the realities of life and just, you know.
Hmm.
But I do know that they definitely do need it.
Yeah. Okay. So let me ask you this then. Your family, you have a family of five, two of which are married or getting married, you said.
Hmm.
So you've got three children at home still and a wife. Do they understand that there are times when dad needs to be on the beach or dad needs to be on that boat minus them?
No,
No, they
they
don't
don't.
understand, or no, they
No, they don't understand, because a lot of times they may just look at it like, uh, if you're the kids, you're like, well, he's just trying to get away from us, or the wife could be saying the same thing.
Mhm,
They're, as a man, that is a demanding always, just like a child with a
mhm.
mother. The baby is always going to be mom, 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 mom,
Right.
but she has to know when to get away for herself, because that's healthy for her.
Ah,
But if she stays in that situation, then she starts getting crowded mentally, and
mhm.
then you get a lot of blockages that way. If you look at our generation, we have more mental illnesses than any other time.
Absolutely. There's mental health courts everywhere.
Hmm. Hmm.
Absolutely. When you're in your man cave environment, do you come emerge from that place rejuvenated always?
Not always rejuvenated, but uh, the days that I'm not rejuvenated, it's more of it was a moment to get breath, like to take a breath,
Ah, to step away.
just to step away, just to kind of assess what's going on, and then kind of go back at it, kind of like a
And that's
workout.
yes, and what I really realized from talking to several men is that stepping away is supposed to be about rejuvenating, but you said to assess. So the assessment kind of ties in with the concept that, or the belief that men do better in a cave-like environment, uninterrupted, so that they can sort things out because they don't have the propensity, in comparison to a woman, to multitask. So they need to step away.
Hmm.
Do you support that thought?
I do, but I'll say this, because I've heard that before, where some men can't multitask, but I'll go with the way most men think and how they're most successful. They
Okay.
do one thing at a time and complete it and perfect it and then move on. That's
Thank you for saying that.
that's the way most men move. So women move in multitask, but they don't have to perfect anything because they always have some type of help. A lot of men
Hmm.
don't have that, and that's why they do it in that way. So
Focused.
you got to focus on something, take care of it, get it out the way, and this way, this that you're focused on doesn't come back later on to have to deal with later. You can move
Wow,
on to the next step.
that's the revelation. I think that would be the statement that you're going to make when I would eventually ask you, what would you say to women that they don't know, that they need to know, and if they knew, they would say, please go to the cave?
Yeah. Um, I would say, um, don't spend a lot of time trying to understand why they're going to the cave,
Mm-hmm.
but be supportive to let them know that they have that ability to get away without offense to her.
Right. And do you think that would be a contributor to a better relationship if she had an understanding and allowed that
Yes, I do.
time?
I definitely agree with that. I do. I feel like
And,
they are, even though they're together, they do need
mhm.
to have some type of a separation in the sense so they can I don't want to use like be themselves, but because they should be themselves when they're with their partner. But
Right,
I
right.
would I would say that they can be, I guess, the kind of person that keeps them happy for themselves.
So the better you, the better me, the better
Yeah, yeah,
parts
yeah,
of
yeah.
that relationship.
You know how we are with, like when we're with our parents. Is the way
Mm-hmm.
you talk with your friends. You're
Mm-hmm.
open, and you'll say maybe a certain type of joke you won't say around your parents.
Absolutely not.
So it's
Yes.
kind of the same thing with your husband and in a wife situation where you'll you can be that person, and
Mm-hmm.
and when you come home after a good laugh with your friends or whatever the case is, you come home and you still can carry on that laugh, but there's a degree to it.
Yes. Okay. And do you think or support the notion that it improves your overall attitude? Is that what you're essentially saying? It
Yes,
improves your overall attitude.
it does.
Huh.
I definitely agree with that.
Hmm. Do you think there's any negative connotations to a man cave? Can it be negative?
It definitely can be negative. There's always a bad. It can be a bad in a lot of this. They got to know why they're going into the man cave. Because if they're only getting in the man cave to get away from their person or
Mm-hmm.
get away from life only,
Mm-hmm.
then that can turn into a problem because they can end up spending too much time with the man cave.
Ah. So do you think that it's possible to become addicted to a man cave? Good or
Yep,
bad?
just like getting addicted to TikTok or Facebook or any of these entities.
Oh,
Yes,
yes.
it can become addictive. 'Cause especially
Right.
if you're comfortable in your man cave. I'm not a drinker. I know guys who drink, and these guys will get in there and drink 4 or 5 times and whatever, and then
Mm.
fall asleep and wake up, and then when they finally get out, and they go into but then the time that they spend there, they didn't spend it with their spouse. So as you get older, we all change.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're not changing with your spouse and you're kind of in your own world, you don't identify or notice the
Mm-hmm.
changes until it becomes a problem.
So, Wayne, do you have sons as well as daughters?
Yeah.
Do you have
One
sons?
daughter.
One daughter? Oh, wow.
One
So
daughter.
you're going to have a
Mhm.
lot. Okay. Will you teach your sons about, well, I mean, I think you said, who's married now or who's getting married?
two
The,
two of them are married. My daughter's married and my oldest son is married.
okay. So
Yeah.
have you seen signs, signals of your son retreating to a man cave?
No, I don't know. I hadn't seen it yet. Well, I guess I could say it like this. My oldest son is like me. It's not a building. He likes cars. He's into cars. So that would be his man cave. That's a place he can think and sit and, working on cars is his thing.
Okay.
So I would say that would be his man cave.
And what would you say to young men coming to that age of, I don't know, awareness where you can talk to them and explain to them what is probably going to be happening in the future in terms of getting away and being able to retreat?
Well, I like now I've taught them from young. So a lot of the thing is to learn how to deal with the stresses of life and find a way to, I guess, I've never really used the word man cave, but that would be what it is, to find that area where you're comfortable to stay in solitude for a moment. So I do teach them that.
Wayne,
I
before,
don't I wouldn't see them doing that really in the younger time, but
yes,
only because they don't have the same type of stresses. Right
that's
now
correct.
they're kind of free and going on with life, and it's not until they have, when those bills start coming and those car bills and and all the bills you can think of and everything that your wants, and you're trying to work to have what you want, and you
Right.
realize what you're gonna have to do to get those wants. Now that's when things start to get a little serious.
And do you think it's a natural realization, or do they need to be counseled that this is what's going to happen? Do you think it's just that something that happens because by default, your body, your genetic makeup of a man, I guess, is like, I need to be in solitude because this is what we do. This is innate.
No, something you'd have to be taught. You have to be
So would
taught
you?
by someone. You have to learn by someone. Some men, some older men back in the day, they did fishing. That was a
Mm-hmm.
way to get by themselves, and
Yeah, that's true.
they wake up real early in the morning. Ain't nobody up at that time, and they
That's
come
true.
back at a certain time, and so they already have a construct, but that behavior gets taught to the younger one, and they
Mm-hmm.
learn that. At first, they may not understand it, but that's why I think you got to be taught.
Well, so it really, what you're teaching without sitting down with, and saying, now this is what is going to happen. It's just, it's a pattern. It's a
Hmm.
pattern behavior that is taught because you're transferring that behavior
Hmm.
by default to your sons, to your children, right? Is that what you're saying? Is that what
Yes.
I'm to understand?
Yeah, that's it. Exactly.
Right.
Hmm.
And is that how you became aware of, we're calling it the cave because somebody constructed that term, but is that how you were educated as to that getaway necessity, like that need to do it, that's shown to you by your father?
Yeah, that definitely is the truth because my father, he plays music,
Yes.
so I play music, and that's the way he gets away.
Ah, okay.
And then the other thing is that he taught me the fishing part, and
Oh,
then he also taught me the mechanical, being a mechanic. So working on cars was another way that I did it too. That's kind of why my oldest son picked up on the cars,
that's right.
because
Makes sense.
those behaviors that I learned, with my
Mhm.
father, he's a multitask type of person. So multiple things that he was doing, I picked up on that. And then I kind of followed in his shoes. The
Yes.
next generation they didn't really follow exactly in my shoes, but they picked parts and portions of what was taught.
Yes, it makes sense. And so between your mom and your wife, do they ever show any signs or have any objections to when you want to get away? I know that I asked you that in a different way earlier, but what about the women?
Hmm. I've never seen my mom and my father have any objection. I think there was an understanding
Okay.
probably way before I was born, I think, because I've never seen them had a thing about anything that he did or went. Now with me, yeah, there was a point where it had to be, I'm like, hey, I gotta go do it. Why do you gotta do it? And then you got all these questions that you're trying, like you don't want to answer all these questions. You just want to go do what you do and you come back but yeah, that's not, that's a discussion definitely would have to be taught or talked about for sure.
Talked about the communication factor is important, as the former guest said. He learned that the communication aspect of that part of who you men are needs to be, it's a definite, we must talk about this because
Yeah,
we need this. This is how we're made up. This is how we're wired. It
yeah,
must happen. Right.
yeah.
And so I think if we had an understanding that this was going to happen, the relationships that um, went through some type of challenge might not have happened. Does
That's true.
that make sense?
Makes very much sense.
Yeah.
Communication is for me, communication is key for everything. Without
Right.
that communication, I think I have had enough experience in recognizing the difference in communication and non-communication.
Hmm.
So yeah, communication is definitely key
Well,
for everything.
again, as a businessman, you understand that as well because you're needing to communicate to your workers all the time, and
Yeah,
without that, it doesn't work well.
yeah.
Right. It
Yeah.
has its challenges. It has its challenges. Well, you know what, Wayne? I am very um, happy that you agreed to this very interesting platform to ask questions about the man cave and your willingness. You just jumped right on and said, absolutely, yes. Thank you so much for doing that. I appreciate it. And I don't think anybody knows that I knew you when you were a small child. Probably babysat you as well.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I know that I did. We were neighbors at one point, but it's really lovely to see you. And you've grown into a lovely young man, and you've got 5 children, and I had no idea. So,
Well, I appreciate it.
congratulations.
It was definitely my pleasure, and it's always I always say a gem to always know those from the past,
Yes,
and
absolutely.
so and that and now we're back in the present. See, so it's all good.
Right? Exactly, on a different level.
On
Well,
a
thank
different
you
level.
so much, and please take care. And I wish you all the best in your business endeavors, and continue to go to the beach and on your boat. And I'm very jealous. We'll have to come and visit you sometime.
Hey, come on through. Come on through.
All right, take care. Thank you so
All
much,
right.
Wayne.
Take care. Thank you very
Take
much.
care. Welcome, my next guest. My next guest is Winston. Winston, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay, excellent. Well, please, Winston, introduce yourself and tell us where you're from and the line of work that you do.
My name is Winston, and I am originally from the Caribbean, beautiful island of Jamaica. And the line of work I am doing presently, I am a Red Sea chef, and I do personal catering, private catering for major function, for weddings, anniversaries, and so on. And I'm also a licensed minister in the gospel here, doing the work of the Lord.
And what is your jurisdiction in this country?
Well, I live in Grand Prairie City.
Okay, Grand Prairie. Thank you.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. So, Winston, how do you at all relate to the statistics that 85% of Americans or North Americans hate their jobs and that they're unhappy at work? How do you fit into that equation?
Well, for me, I number one, I love personally, I love what I'm doing now. I love my work, and one entrepreneur said years ago, Les Brown, I believe, he said, if you don't love your job, don't do it. And I know social disorders and the inflation cause a lot of people working hard and not, not covering the bills sometimes, cause these feelings. But personally, I try to do what I love. And if you can, let someone pay you for what you love, I think
Mhm.
it will be okay.
You know what? Your line of work is interesting, and everybody wants food. Everybody loves food,
Yes.
right? And so your job to me is an exciting one because you get to be creative at work and you make
Mm.
people smile, you make people happy. Is that true?
Yes. 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 Put smile on your faces.
Put smiles on their faces. Absolutely. When I think of going for a meal with a friend or a loved one, I'm happy.
Yes,
But
for
let me
sure.
ask you this. Do you feel that after a long day at your job, do you feel fatigue and you need a bit of time to yourself, or because you came from an environment, there's got to be a bit of pressure as to the quality and the timing. There's a time sensitive factor as well, isn't there, in terms of people getting their food on time and getting it to the standard that's expected. So do you feel pressure at the end of your business day?
Sometimes, to be honest with you, yeah, sometimes, with the line of work, sometimes 9 hours or more on my feet, depending on what am I doing, like a function or a wedding, sometime up to 16 hours. We take
Oh,
breaks in
wow.
between. And by the time you get home, you're exhausted. You feel like you're not even hungry, but you just want to get a shower and go to sleep, and
Okay.
and also having kids.
Uh-huh. So you have children.
Yeah, I have 2 children.
Okay. So you are a family man on top of all of that. And you said you are a minister as well?
Yes, I have one wife and two children. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad it's one wife. Thank God. Okay. That's cute. So have you ever heard of the idea of a man cave? And if you have, what's your definition? What's your
Um,
thought?
yes, I heard the term, and people look at it in many different ways. But personally, when I look at man cave, it's getting it's just a time you set apart for yourself, a time to declutter the mind, unnecessary traffic in the brain.
Mm,
Just a time for cleansing, spiritual cleansing, organizing, girding up the mind, and try to fix what is broken and what is not level. So it's just a time to set apart. So man
you
cave to
know,
me is is really a healthy space for yourself.
I love what you said earlier, decluttering of the mind.
Yes, that's what my man cave
Decluttering of
helped.
the mind. I
Mm.
love that. That's very different from everything I've heard so far, and I really like that. Decluttering of the mind. And you really honed in on our theme, which is the mind. The
Yes,
mind, and you went right there.
yes.
So are you, Winston, of the opinion that every man resorts to their man cave, whether it's um, a mindful decluttering, or is it a actual location, a place where they go to declutter?
Um, yes, some people use it as, for me personally, when we first bought our home, I make sure use one of the rooms in the basement for my cave.
Mm,
So yes, the basement, oftentimes people use the basement, a quiet room. Every man has a spiritual side to them. So it's just a
okay.
time for me to get away from everything,
Hmm.
and I don't wait for problems. I just go there and spend time with self and God mentally.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you have one. I'm not going to ask if you have one. You have one. You have one mentally and you have
Y-
one physically, and it's a place
Yes.
and a way to declutter.
Yes.
I like that. And how often do you find between your job, your family, and your, whatever you're accountable for and to carry through, your life? obligations, how often do you access that place?
It's a very good question. Often,
Thank you.
as 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 often as I can, especially
As
yes,
you can?
as I can. I will, for example, my kids when they're at school, that's a time for my cave, and the wife at work, or if I'm home, though I use the opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
Um, with having kids, it's difficult to find the that time
Mm-hmm.
because in this life, how things going now, it's so hard to find time to do everything that is healthy and necessary. So what
Exactly.
I do, I have to make the time. I have to make this happen for me, this cave time,
Mm-hmm.
so so I could have a time of healing and recovery.
Wow.
Yeah.
So healing, recovery, mind, mind space, decluttering. I'm picking up a lot of descriptives from you, and I love all of them.
Mhm.
And I was going to ask you how long you're typically there, but you've just actually told me by virtue of how you explained it, where when you can, when
Yeah,
the
or a couple of
opportunity
hours. Yeah.
lends itself.
Yeah. Yes, for real.
When the opportunity lends itself. Wow.
And
And you said scheduling, you have to schedule that time. So the
yes.
schedule is sort of like made for you based on what the rest of the family is doing.
Yes, yes, you have to be respectful knowing that you are not alone. And that
Right.
is that is the challenge with the cave and a balance that you need to create for the family because it's
Mhm.
a healthy space. So you need to let he or she know that I'll be here for a little time, for 2 hours the most, at least 3 hours
Ah,
if you need to,
and
especially. Yeah, go ahead.
okay. No, no, no. I'm very intrigued by your responses, especially what?
Especially when you're going through something or you need to there's a problem. For me, I
Hmm.
don't wait for problem anyways. I just realize it's a time of to where you set apart and to hear your own self, get in touch with yourself. So
Okay.
so so that's why I will make a schedule or budget my time 2 hours or the most, well, as often as I can.
As you can. Um, you said that you don't wait for problems. You said that twice within the space of a few minutes. You say you don't wait for problems. So you kind of discern what's hanging over you and what's sort of like impending, and
Yes.
you take your self away to resolve it before it overwhelms you. Is that what you mean?
Yes, because nobody on this earth is free from problems. Everybody face
Right.
different problems. So it's important. The Bible tells us to learn from the ant. So what I do, I use my cave time to store up, to build up, to create, to be more
Yes.
innovative in my mind or soul, just to set
Hmm.
that foundation. So to prepare for what is coming.
What is
So,
coming?
because you
Okay.
don't know what is coming. So, the mind is a battlefield. So, whenever we can get that chance in the cave, as we
Hmm.
call it, or a
Yeah.
den, a
Yeah.
self, a place to develop self, and everything starts within the
Mm.
mind.
Yes, it does. I love your answers. I really appreciate your take on things. Um, Let me ask you this. I know you have a family. I know you have staff as well. Do you not?
Mhm. Yes, I
Okay,
have. Yeah.
you have staff. So when you're at work,
Hmm.
how do you integrate that needed time to declutter? If you're at work 16 hours,
Yes.
how do you schedule in that time to, because you are the boss, at
Yeah.
some point you must have that leave to do that. How do you do that?
Mhm.
How do you integrate?
What I do, one of the things I've been working on is, as I said, proper scheduling. So I
Hmm.
know days ahead that I will be doing the 16 hours. I
Okay.
know, and I don't do it every week, but if there's a wedding like on a Saturday, then I will do 16 hours prep
Mhm.
work.
Yeah.
And I put people, I'll give my friend, okay, or the guy who assists me, okay, you do this, I'll do this. And,
Mhm.
so it goes like that. So after 16 hours, for sure, I'm tired. And then, of course, I'll call my wife and send a text, she will have the idea that I will be at work late. And by the time I get in, the kids will be sleeping. So I know it's my time to cave time. Cave time could be at least
Got
half an
you.
hour to an
Yeah.
hour. It could be very short. It could be up to 2 hours. As long as I get that space
Hmm.
to build those then joints again, those spiritual
You
muscles,
know,
I'm ready.
you know who you remind me of? You remind me of Moses.
Oh,
Was
my
I think
God.
it was Moses in the Bible where he was told by his father-in-law to delegate.
Yes, Jethro, yeah.
What was his name? Jethro? Yeah, to delegate.
Mhm.
And you mentioned your assistant. That's why I thought of him, because you delegate so that the
You
load is,
must.
you must.
You must delegate tasks. It's very important because you alone can't do it. And the Bible also said it's for in such a way that not only for a marriage union
Hmm.
aspect, but two better than one.
Right.
It's always better to have help.
Yes.
And Jethro actually told Moses that don't take
Mm-hmm.
on the work for yourself. Install
Yeah.
ministers.
Mm-hmm.
Chain of command, just like how you set up a hotel, you got people in different areas for a certain reason.
Mm-hmm.
So it makes your job easier. So that's what I do. And someone
So
said to me, like,
yeah.
oh, 16 hours seems to be like 9 hours for you because I delegate tasks.
Ah, makes sense. And so you you're able to solve problems better because you are structured and
Yes,
you're not helter skelter, sort of like, just vicariously doing things. There is structure
very
and there is
important.
method to your madness, so to speak.
Yes,
Right. And you find out you solve problems better. And you did say you don't wait for problems, but you're able to sort things out better when you're in that cave mode
yes,
as
yes.
opposed to not. Yes?
Because the cave, it's healthy. It's a healthy space. It builds spiritual muscle, as I mentioned,
Hmm.
the cluttering of the brain and a self-reflection. If you know about Psalms 51, many of us read it before. I'm not
Yes.
trying to spiritualize everything, but Psalm
That's right.
51 is like a psalm of I picturing David in the cave when he said,
Mm.
creating me a clean heart after many troubles,
Wow.
renew a right spirit within me. We need a
Wow.
renewal. We need a renewal
We
physically,
know.
psychologically, spiritually. We need this renewal. And the only way we can achieve the renewal most of the time is when we are by ourselves, get in touch with ourselves in the
Awesome.
cave and be with God, just in the literal sense. Because you talk about cave,
Hmm.
cave in the literal term, we know people bury dead in cave. People do a lot of
Yes.
bad stuff in the
All
literal
right there.
cave. But in my generalization here is cave, we bury dead flesh. So in my spiritual cave or the man cave, it's time to bury some things, get rid of things.
Oh,
It really helped me because in the literal sense, as I reiterate this one, cave is a place where they can scary things happen, bad things happen, a place of hiding, a place where they bury dead people back in the days, like Abraham buried his wife in a cave, Sarah. So I have spiritual application. I bury bad emotions. I bury
wow. That's amazing
uneasiness,
how you look at that. So basically, it's a place to rejuvenate.
rejuvenation.
It's
It's
rejuvenation, what you're really
very
telling
important.
me. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's a
very.
different perspective, Winston, because a lot of people talk about their cave as being a place to have fun, a place to a lot of people, most people talked about, a time of self-reflection as well. But
Mm-hmm.
to some, maybe, I don't know if it's a non-believer thing or just, some people don't really go to the spiritual side of when you think of a man cave, because a man cave is really suggestive of someplace where you can resort to relax and just
Yes,
be by yourself and do you. And it's a reflection of your environment, which says, this is me. It
right.
looks like me, right? Kind of thing. So
Yeah.
that's another perspective, what you're bringing to this table
Yeah, because
on
you
a
know what?
deeper level.
A
Yeah.
lot of people look at cave, like, okay, we're gonna go play some cards, some dominoes, have some pool,
Yeah.
or have a drink with a friend. But the cave is just as healthy as what you want it to be. You
Yes.
You make your cave how you want to make your cave.
Absolutely.
Design your area how you want it. And that's, I don't always see cave as a time to run away and to have fun. I see the
Hmm.
cave as somewhere to for rejuvenation, to
Right.
reintegrate into
But
society.
the argument can also be made that it's rejuvenation also might, for somebody else with a different definition, be
Yeah,
while I'm having fun in my cave, there's nothing untoward, but something that I enjoy doing, which I normally cannot do because of the cares of my life. It doesn't
right.
allow me. So it might be fishing. It might be, as somebody
Yes.
said, it's being in my gazebo or whatever. And it's not necessarily a bad place because it is a cave,
No.
but it is where a time of refreshing.
Yes, like for me, at times I do my little gym. I have some little weights. Um,
Yes.
uh, I do push-ups. I do all of those time run. Even this morning, I came off. I went for exercise by myself. So all those
Yeah.
times very important. You can run, you can go to the gym, but I use most of my cave time for that type of connecting with self again
Yes.
and to prepare for my kids coming home, prepare for the wife coming home,
Yes. So you're
prepare for the
rejuvenating,
work.
really. You are.
Yeah, yeah.
So let me
Mm.
ask you, Winston. I feel like you're preaching this to me this morning. I feel like,
I'm
wow, I'm in
sorry.
church. No, don't apologize. This is who you are, and I love it. Um, are there basically, you've already answered this question, but I was going to say, are there any negative effects to the concept? And in one aspect, you've already answered that question because depending how you define cave and what
Mhm.
happens in, because you did say, it's about balance and all those positive things, but you also mentioned that it depends on what your definition of a cave is, drinking and carousing or whatever it is that you might do that is
Yeah.
ill,
Mm.
counterproductive to why the cave is there, why you need
Yes.
to get there, right? So when you
Yes.
emerge from that place, the effects can be negative based on what you've done in the cave.
Yes, yes, because the cave, as I mentioned, it's what you how you design it, how you want it to be for you. And I
Hmm.
realize also cave moments you can be distracted in cave moments. If you don't be careful, negative vibes can come in the cave. So
Yeah, yeah.
it's all about how you balance that and how you draw the lines.
Balance again.
There
Yeah.
must be a balance, number one,
Yes,
and
yes.
try to avoid distraction because people the time for the cave, you go there, you have a goal. You must have a goal in the cave. Doesn't matter if you're time for self playing or running or gym time, study time, reading time, time of reflection.
Hmm.
You have to know, you have to have goals. I don't just go into a cave like that, a cave moment. I try to have a goal. Why am I here at this time?
Can a cave be addictive?
Yes, it can be the addictive
Elaborate. Why do you think that's true?
because if you don't manage the time, then you can just be there for be there's sake, or a place of you can see that instead of place of rejuvenation, you see there's a place of just getting away to play my game, my Nintendo or
Okay.
my card with my friends. Okay, your wife is at work, your kids at work, you should be home doing something then. So it can be addictive if you don't know how to balance it. So
And
so
balance
so
again.
so
Yes,
in my understanding, I go back to balance again. Anything in life can be addiction, can be an addiction. And
absolutely.
you have to know how to manage that, to distract that addictive behavior and manage it properly.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And
It's all about management, isn't it? And self-control. Really.
yes,
Um, I'm going to ask you another couple questions.
yeah,
Do you think that your family, and in particular your spouse, understands when you need to be in that cave mode? Do they recognize any signs, signals that you give off, or do you need to announce it? For example, you're at home with your family. And it's
yeah,
not one of those structured, scheduled moments where Winston says, you know what, this is what I planned yesterday because I'm so structured and I'm very organized and I'm but it's one of those times that just in the middle of the day, I just need to get in that cave. Does your wife recognize those moments? Or are you just
yes.
very organized all the time?
But not all the time. I'm being honest with this. It's not all the time, but when we are home, for sure, she recognizes that is my time, and you know, if she choose to be, wanted to be selfish, then she can find ways to get my attention away from the
Right.
cave. And but
Okay.
she's respectful enough to know that that's his moment.
Yeah.
He need that little time. If it's an hour, he needs it.
So would your wife ever object to you taking that time if she feels like, no, I really need you not to go there right now? Would she object?
Yes, in some sense, in if there is a need for me, like, okay, we have to go to the hospital, or baby need this attention, and then that's where now I put myself on the back burner, as what we say in the
Right.
Caribbean. Then yeah, prioritizing is a big word there. um, I would prioritize, and life is about prioritizing, to give up my own gain so we could let the other survive. And I've been practicing that, especially being a married man. You have
Mm-hmm.
to prioritize. It's very, 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 very important. Very, very important.
Yes.
Yeah.
I understand because you're responsible for your family, right?
Yes.
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 And I think I know the answer to this next question that you're going to be answering, and it's uh, can a man cave improve your overall attitude?
Oh, yes. Yes. A big yes for me. It lowers our stress level. I would say, um, number one, um,
Hmm.
especially when we are stressed about the situation. Uh, it helps us to have regain that strength that we need to perform. As we all know about psychology, or the medical
Hmm.
field talk about the cortisol hormone. If that becomes too
Yes,
stressed,
yes.
we are less helpful to ourselves and others. So,
Hmm.
it improved my attitude to whether I'm going to go for a run or a walk or a gym time. That is what the improving my attitude is. It bring me back to myself. The cave helped me to demolish the stress,
Got you.
and just a time to confess to self, confess to God, fix some
Hmm.
things in the mind. As I mentioned, if you want to run on thinking about good stuff, start to think
Hmm.
about making necessary changes,
Hmm.
becoming innovative in the mind. Like for me, I'm a chef. I like to brainstorm and French words, because culinary based on French,
Yes.
writing new menus and menu planning, budgeting, costing.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah. So in a nutshell, the cortisol level important. So I try to use that time to improve my attitude, lower the temperature. I read a book, what they call emotion. I got it when I from a they bought me as a gift, and I read through it and it talks about lowering the temperature, a boiling point, especially
Hmm.
men. It called emotion. It was written by Bishop Jakes, I think.
Oh, yes, yes, I've seen
And
it. Yes,
and
I've,
he
yeah.
he talked about this person who works out, work all the time, and at one point this man, he forgot to turn the temperature down in the fish tank, and it caused
Yeah.
all those fish to be boiled and died, and they
Right.
died for real. So, I use a picture for my own improving my attitude, and Bishop was discussing, like, the temperature is too high. We men need to go and lock ourselves up sometime and cry and scream, do something, a time for self. So, picture
Mm.
yourself like the fish. It's time to turn the temperature down in our own lives.
I like
So
that. Yes.
doing that, it helps to improve my my attitude in a spiritually and physically,
Hmm.
everything. It's just a place of healing. It helped me. It really helped me.
So, so does it, you may have already answered this question, but I will still ask it in this way. Your relationship with everyone else is impacted by, you know, your how you present yourself, whether at work or at home. But do you find that, and I'm going to hone in on your family life, does it
Yeah.
improve your relationship with your spouse?
Yes. 100%.
Okay.
100%.
Okay.
Because as I said, if we're not, if we don't take time for self, or den time, cave time, then we are not helping ourselves. We need to be healed, even when we think we don't need healing, because we cannot build
Mm-hmm.
nothing or no relationship on broken foundation. So it is important to if you wanted to improve your relationship, whatever relationship you're a part of, your with your son, with your wife, with your daughter, uncle, aunt, whatever, that time help us to improve uh, to improve in that sense. I think it was I'm just making a quotation from I think it was Mary um, Rapini. He said a man cave make a marriage even stronger by creating
Yes.
some distance, make the art goes ponder. I think that fonder,
Fonder, yeah.
distance create that urgency. You want to be together again, or you want to, so it improve that sensation, and
Mm-hmm.
that make you crave for something that you're longing for,
Mm-hmm.
make you think about a finally it's over, having your own
Yeah.
space. It's really it's really important. So of course it improve my relationship in any way, even with my regular friends too, of course. Relationship with
Mm-hmm.
church, relationship with God.
Yeah.
As I like to mention Psalm 51, it created me a clean heart,
Mm-hmm.
that renew a right spirit. And if when the king talk about renew a right spirit, that means there is a wrong spirit. There can
Ah,
be a wrong spirit. So it can be a wrong spirit in marriage, it can be a wrong spirit in your relationship. So that
yeah.
time helped to improve my relationship in on
So,
all levels.
overall, absolutely, especially because, when you mentioned that particular script passage, it says, renew a
Hmm.
right spirit. So you already had one
Yes.
and it's declined and it needs topping up.
Yes. Yeah,
So,
it also remind me of Sam Gusling, because I've been reading some books too. Sam Gusling said personal spaces where an individual can express who they are with no restriction or external influence, and
yes,
can be used
absolutely.
to recharge from a busy lifestyle. When I read that, I said, wow, healing. I accept that healing same time. I say,
Yes,
yes, Lord. So for sure, it's rejuvenation. It is recharging the mind,
recharging.
recharging the spirit,
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
so it's a time of girding. Paul, I'm kind of an old English guy because I read the King James. So
Yeah,
Peter said, gird up the loins of your mind. And that is what
yes.
my man cave helped me to be a time of girding.
Winston,
And girding means truth.
I feel like I went to church today.
I'm sorry.
No, and you should not apologize because this is who you are and you bring this to the table. And I
Yeah.
really loved it. Thank you so much. I will ask you one final question. Winston, what do you want women, and I'm talking about women, I don't want you
Mhm.
to address men.
Yes,
What do you
thank you.
want women to know about the man cave that if they knew, they would embrace the idea and even encourage this type of retreat more often concerning their men?
Wow, this is tough. A very tough one here. Um, all right. I'm just saying the ladies. It's very tough to, think like a lady, do like a lady.
No,
But
you don't have to think like a lady, but what do you want us to know?
I want ladies to know that, to all you wonderful ladies out there, I want you to know it's a safe place, very safe
Mm,
space, or you
mhm,
can say safe place for a man
mhm.
to be, a place where he become now a better version of himself. a better father. So it's a safe space. I want you ladies to know. I know the Bible talk about it's not good for man to be alone, and all of that. Yes, for sure. So I want the ladies to know if there's not one word well, if there's something that you need to hold on to this. It is safe. It is healthy. It is something that help us to be a better person for you. You know, you get more out of us. And all I'm asking, pray for us when we're in that area. Pray that something good happen. So,
Wow.
I want ladies to know there's not a better word to say, a better way to say it. It's safe. It is safe and healthy.
That is amazing. I picked up so many buzzwords from you today. Safe, healthy, better version of themselves. And I appreciate your contribution. And I appreciate that you presented this, um, a version of who you are on this topic
Mm.
without any inhibition. You just laid it out there and you were
Yes,
preaching
yes.
today. So thank you so much.
Hmm.
Um,
You're
I
welcome.
hope that whoever is privileged to listen to your version of the man cave will be benefited and that they will be enlightened as I have been today. Winston, thank you.
I appreciate you too. And thanks for having me, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Well, we're nearly there. My final guest is Sid on the special edition of the Man Cave. Welcome, Sid. Thank you for joining me. And are you ready?
I am.
Awesome. Let's jump right in. Sid, please introduce yourself and tell us where you're from and the line of work that you do.
My name is Sidney Archibald. I'm originally from Canada, born in Montreal. I lived in Toronto for 20 years, and I'm currently in Phoenix, Arizona. I am asset manager for a debt buyer and real estate company. I've been in the collection world since, oh my goodness, since this was black, since my beard was black. So it's been a long time.
And your beard looks just fine.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Sid. And can you tell me how you relate to the statistics that 85% of Americans hate their jobs and are unhappy at work?
Me personally, or what do I think of that statistic?
Well, where do you fit into that statistic?
I mean, I love my job. I don't like the commute, but the job itself, I can do that forever. Unless I won the Powerball, I'll leave. But otherwise, from that, I have no issues with my job. It's a great company, great people, great benefits, lots of flexibility, and the money's great. I don't have any issues with it. Now, as for on a whole, I can see that. Um, there's many people I think who had a lot of dreams and aspirations to do a certain thing. They just never made it there and settled somewhere in the middle or below for different reasons. Sometimes they, had family early, or they just couldn't pass a certain test or whatever the case. So I'm sure 85% of people wake up in the morning not pleased.
Absolutely. I can see where that makes sense. So you mentioned commuting. You said besides the commuting. So is the commuting hour long? How long is the commute? Is it back and forth or is it just one way? That's tedious.
It's if there's no traffic, and that's if I go in at the crack of dawn, it's about 40 minutes. Anything after that, it's about an hour. I mean, for most people, they're saying, well, that's not very long, but I don't like traffic.
I don't like cars. I don't like going slow. And, I'm getting up there in age. So I don't have a lot of time to waste sitting in traffic.
Okay.
But yeah, it's just me personally. I don't like traffic.
Okay. So you live in America, correct?
Yes,
And
ma'am.
Arizona, is that a densely populated area that you live in, or?
Yes, I live in Phoenix. Phoenix is huge. And for the last 15 years, it's been one of the top three cities that people move to. So
Ah,
it just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger and more congested.
okay. Well, you're still there for a reason. And so let's ask you, when you finish your long day at work, are you mind tired or are you physically fatigued? Fatigued.
You know what? It's actually just the opposite. No matter how busy the day gets, I really respect my freedom time. And actually, when I leave and once I get through that traffic and get home, I'm actually re energized because this is my
Oh,
time now. So it actually works the opposite. I'm not tired, I'm actually re energized. I did the job, I had a good day, whatever the case is. And I come home happy pretty much 99% of the time.
99%. Okay.
99% of the time. Sometimes you have those bad days, but one thing
Yes.
I've never done is I've never carried work home. I, I,
Ah,
I leave the two worlds and I leave the two parts of my brain that I use for myself and the job. I
mhm.
keep them separate because then you can get obsessed. You
Yes.
can start, neglecting family. You can start neglecting your health. You can start neglecting a lot of different things. So I always keep them separate. So once I get home and I know it's my time, whether I
Yes.
want to run around the block or I just want to sit there and watch a show, I'm good.
Well, Sid, it seems like this interview is over because you have answered all my questions. Which
Oh,
no, we're gonna keep talking.
go for it.
Because I appreciate your responses. Very, very let me get to the next one in spite of. So let me ask you, what is a man cave to you, according to you? Because you just told me that that commute that you hate kind of puts you in a default cave position where you're able to unwind. So what is a man cave according to your definition?
Um, it's just a fancy name for a refuge, a sanctuary, a place that just yours for your use, for you to unwind. Whether you have it full of, your football paraphernalia or, your little bar or your little video game area, whatever it is. It's just your space to unwind.
Okay. Sid, are you of the opinion that everybody has one, whether they realize or not? Does everybody have a man cave? I'm talking about men, obviously. Does everybody have one?
Um, I believe so, but it's not necessarily a room. Like, for
Ah,
example, I would say for some people, like say they're driving, their man cave is that drive home. Their man cave is when they listen to their music, they
mm-hmm,
sing, they listen to audio books. So for some, that's their man cave. For some
mm,
people, when they zone out and they go to the gym and they really enjoy that workout, whatever the case is, that's their man cave. I think
yeah.
the context of a man cave doesn't necessarily mean a room. It's
Mhm.
wherever you find your personal peace.
Okay, lovely. I like the word. I think you used the word refuge. And I've heard the word sanctuary because I use it as well, but you said refuge, and I've not heard that. Of 8 interviews, you're the only one that said refuge. So it's a place where you kind of go to be hidden, to be safe. Is that
Yep,
correct?
sometimes that's exactly what it is.
Hmm.
Sometimes it's that gap between if you had a really horrible day, it's
Mm.
that gap where you go to get rid of that, and then go and confront your friends, your family, your whatever the case is. It's there, that space that you need to wipe that whatever negativity you had that day,
Yes.
so you don't bring it into the family. It's a filter.
Ah, okay. I'm taking up some of your buzzwords, filter. And can I ask you, well, I know that you have one, and yours is not necessarily tangible because of your responses so far. You definitely go there, okay? But do you actually have a physical one as well? Like, say, when you get home, is there a place of retreat, of refuge, where you go to filter once you're at home, and you need that as well as that commute time?
I don't have a physical. I have an office, but I don't have a physical room. I don't really. But I I don't know if you know. I'm a movie fanatic. I'm a television, like I like shows, whatever the case is, and it just makes me escape into a fantasy world. So I guess my man cave is just 85 inches of TV, where I can go into the, where I can watch the people in Starfleet fly through space and just take my mind,
Right.
or I can see Maverick flying and just take my mind. Books, movies, and TV really is where I escape from the realities for a second of whatever they are. And I'm fine with that. Sometimes another refuge, which it's not a physical man cave, but I will drive at night when there's no traffic and turn my music on and get these pipes going and just sing. I love singing. Singing and cooking actually are my man cave.
Okay, let's hear the singing. Let's have a demo.
Hell no, that's my private refuge.
Okay, I thought I could get you to do it, but not today. Okay, well, so let me ask you, when you escape to your 85-inch TV, is that in an open space where the whole family can come and join you, or is that, I mean, because that is a form of your escape, that's one of your methods. Is everybody there with you, or is it just Sid's corner?
It's just my space. Really,
Ah,
no one is down there what time I get home.
mhm.
So really it's my little time. And when I get into it, you can probably sit in the room, but I'm fully engulfed in my moment. And
Uh-huh.
and anyone in the home totally respects that. And
Okay, you know what? You need to stop right there because you're answering all my questions before I get there. But
oh,
in all seriousness, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. So, how long are you typically in that room, and what is the genre that takes you away from reality into that fantasy world?
um sci-fi, um, police procedurals, things like that. You would think that the comedies would be in there, but no, really sci-fi, police procedurals, things like that. Anything that really has a good storyline. Or sometimes I just go
Mm,
back and watch series that used to come on 20 years ago and just
the
watch them
retro,
from beginning to end.
right?
But typically it's those two. And I'm a history buff, so war
Mm,
movies,
yeah.
things like that, totally escape.
So, if somebody was to be interested in and accessing that moment, would you entertain it, or would you just like, no, everybody
No,
knows that?
I'm fine with it. If someone takes an interest, and doesn't really know what's going on or whatever the case is, it's actually a pleasure, especially when I'm into the historical stuff. It's actually
Yes.
a to share for me to share that knowledge. It's that type of communication once again
Mm-hmm.
takes you away from that whole stress. You're not thinking about stress. You're not thinking about bills. You're not thinking about what happened at work today.
Oh
You're
my
thinking
goodness.
about I'm sharing some of my knowledge of a
Okay.
particular subject with someone else.
Thank you for that because it brings me to a different line of questioning, because some people have said when they're in their man cave mode, or physically, or just however they have described what that looks like for them, that's where they can solve problems. That's where they can sort out situations that in a decluttered environment, to think about family issues and how can I resolve, or work problems that you couldn't necessarily sort it out at work, but in that cave, you could. So what are you saying? Are you saying that's not where that happens?
No, no. If I have work problems or something that I need to do, I do it at work. Even right down to sometimes you might need to sort out something personal. I do it in that building.
Okay, so you really truly separate work from home.
Totally.
It's not coming home, but sometimes work situation or home situations, it's still happening at work. So when you go home, you're a happy person, and the family could receive you in a happier context because you're not bringing the stuff. I love it.
And even if I had the problem and then the resolution, well, if I even coming home to share that, I'm sharing, this was the road, here's what happened, here's what it is. I might ask for an opinion, and take that from there. But I pretty much sorted it out. I mean, over the years, without going into a lot of detail, I've been a lot. So it's so problem solving, whether it's work or personal, has now become almost second nature. That for some, I think sometimes I actually operate better if there's something to solve.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You, if I recall, you in a work environment, you've always had that management persona, and you were required to resolve and to multitask and to manage. So you've taken that and it's become who you are in your personal life as well.
Yep. But at home, the good part is if the more time I can, the less time I spend to figure out situations and whatever the case is, the more my personal life becomes my personal life. My personal life is only supposed to be full of certain things: friends, family, food, and laughter.
Right.
And of course, things happen in life, and you figure out, like I'll give an example. I just brought my mother from Canada to live with me. She's 93, and she has the beginnings of dementia.
Okay.
Because of my particular personality, football, the military, whatever the case is, I had a very hard time to adjusting, to how to deal with her. And that did drive me crazy. Now, when you want to talk about man caves, because when I realized it, I said, it's not what she's doing or doesn't remember or the strange things that I'm seeing. It's not, because that's par for the course for what she is going through. Absolutely. It's how I'm receiving it. This is a me problem. Okay. And I was lost in it daily, so I couldn't recover. I actually took 2 days, went away for 2 days, and addressed me.
Really?
I just addressed, I had it all written down, and I went and I addressed, how did I handle this? I even pulled out different situations on what could I have done differently? How could I said that differently? How could I have received that differently? I had to let go of sadness. I had to let go of guilt. My deal is to take care of her, and I had to. But after that 2 days though, that don't take long. It's like a cold. When I have a cold, I'm good by the next day. When I came back, I was back to me, the best mood ever. She's been good, and she sees my spirit, so she reacts off my spirit.
Absolutely.
It works.
Well, you mentioned the word filter previously. So that's all filtering that you just described in that scenario. And you took 2 days, and that was a cave, Sid. That was a cave moment, but you decided to remove it from your normal environment.
Yes.
You needed to be by yourself in order to assess.
Because my mood, I accept responsibility, sets the tone for my home.
Oh my goodness, I love it. Absolutely.
And when I know that people are feeding off it or feel helpless, because I notice a lot of times if I'm in a space, no one knows what to do about it because I'm usually not in one.
Yes.
So when it does happen, it's like, I don't know what to do. So I take on that responsibility because I
Yeah.
recognize it, and
Mhm.
I never want anyone to be a collateral damage for what I'm feeling. So I
Right.
always know I need to fix me and not pretend fix, but address and fix it.
Well, you took
And
2 days, so that means that you've taken 2 days from work, from that job that you absolutely love, and you mentioned that you are, you're not mad at the pay, so to speak. So you took 2 days without that
no,
in
it
order.
was the weekend. It was the weekend.
Oh, it was a weekend.
It was a
Okay. And
weekend. It
summer.
was a
Okay.
weekend. Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. And it was funny. I did a lot of walking, thinking. I remember I had my Fitbit on, and one of the days I did 42,000 steps.
Oh wow. Oh
Yeah,
wow.
yeah, yeah. All in, I walked about 13 miles that day.
Okay.
Um,
Where did you go? Did you go to a beach area? Where did you go?
no, out here, they have there's resorts in the desert and whatever the case
Okay.
is. So there's a lot
Arizona.
of
Yeah. Yes.
preserves and all that stuff, right?
Yes. Yes.
So
Yes.
I just took that, and but I came back like pumped, and
Yeah.
positive, and my home received it well. My mom received it well, and I'm back to doing my duty and taking care of my mom, protecting my
Right.
mom, and guiding her through this situation. And I had to think of the selfishness. I'm frustrated by what she's doing. Then I had to tell myself, imagine being trapped in your own mind and you can't remember anything.
Because we're talking about the mind too.
Yes,
So it's all about rejuvenation. Is that correct?
yes,
You know, rejuvenation is really the underlying thing. Do you think there's any negative effects at all to the concept of a man cave? Can it be an addiction to
yes,
some?
absolutely.
Elaborate.
Um, because there are those people, and you hear people talk about situations in their home, like their guy comes home and turns on his PlayStation,
Uh-huh.
like literally as soon as he gets in the house, and doesn't come off of it till it's bedtime, and maybe even not then. So you do hear different stories about that addiction, or
Right.
a woman knows that, well, every Sunday he's going to be watching football from morning till night. And they know that you love football, but sometimes you got to
Yeah.
double check with your partner if you have one and say, hey, is there something you might have wanted to do so I don't take the whole
Mhm.
day? Because the addiction might be happening, but then does the partner or whatever the case, do they say anything? Do they just stay
Ah,
quiet?
well, let me
Right?
jump in at that point because I'm sorry, let me jump in at that point because I was going to say if there is that particular scenario where it's, on a Sunday, football, whatever, or PlayStation from AM to bedtime, and the other party is now impacted because it's all your time, man cave time, but you say it's necessary for me to refurbish, for me to rejuvenate. Is there any possibility that we can excuse that and allow it so that he can emerge a better, refreshed, you know, person?
Is it really refreshed, or have you just completely left reality um, in this man cave? Put it this way: if it's a thing where you're playing games or whatever the case is, and you lock yourself away, it's like anything that quote unquote makes you feel better.
Mhm.
Can you get some games? Sure. But then are you stuck that you're to the detriment of other important things? Can have a cocktail or two? Sure. But are you
Mhm.
drinking a bottle a day?
Ah,
You know?
yeah.
So it's the balance of even medication,
Mhm.
it's good, but like they say, too much of anything becomes
Mhm.
negative.
Right.
Except money. That's okay.
That too, though, Sid, you know that.
And Chinese food. I love my Chinese food. So there's not too much of that. But outside of that, so I think it's and when you're going in there, yeah, it's your me time, or yeah, you're going to resolve, or whatever the case is. But you also always have to have consideration for someone else in your life. Now, if you have nobody,
Okay.
you maybe be creating a barricade for having anyone, if that becomes your addiction.
Absolutely. So
Right.
really, it's really about balance.
You got it.
Balance. That's what I'm hearing, is balance. So I'm going to move on to, you said that you enjoy, different aspects of who you are. Does that require having the ability to multitask? Are you able to multitask naturally, or was that a learned behavior?
I got to think about it. I'm just looking. You know what? I think I've always been able to multitask. Yeah, I think it's just a thing. Some people can, some people can't, some people learn it, whatever the case is. But I think for me, it's always just been a thing.
Because of who you are in terms of what you do, though, because as long as I've known you, you've had responsibility, accountability for many different limbs of your existence, and you've had to, I'm going to say, learn it, or just how you were wired.
Yeah, I think it's wired, because I think I was like that in high school,
Okay.
And maybe it was watching my parents wear many hats.
Okay.
Like my mom, for example, she was a nurse, and she'd work, cook, go and do the garden, did that, all in the same day, and without breaking a sweat. So I guess watching how my parents kind of balance things, and then I knew very young that, well, this is a thing that's done. So it just became part of me, and I think it helped me a lot in my career, as well as my personal relationships as well. Because part of multitasking is knowing order of importance.
Prioritizing.
You gotta go your order of importance with multitasking, and paying attention to the situation. You have to sometimes pay attention to how other people around you are feeling, thinking, hurting, happy, whatever the case is, and give each its due respect and due time.
So being mindful of your environment is very, very integral to, yes, I got that. So if you, Sid, were able to say something today to women, strictly to women, who don't really understand the concept of the man cave, the requirement, the need that men must enter, whether it's a tangible place or a mind place, what would you say to women to help them understand? And if they understood, they would probably support their man retreating more often.
In a man's world, I think a lot of times, and it's changing. I think, funnily enough, I think women now need man caves. Things have changed, because women who are moving out into the corporate world, and they have their management, their executives, and whatever the case is, I think man or woman needs that, because to your staff, to the world, to the kids, whatever the case is, you're always having to be on. You're always having to present. You're always having to be strong. You can never look like show weakness. So I think for either sex, really, it's good to you need that, where you can release the hard exterior needs in certain industries, or whatever the case is, that you have to present, or that I'm mom or I'm dad, and just be you. But the
Okay.
one thing you could never stop doing, especially if you have
Yeah.
a partner, is when all
Yeah.
that dust is cleared with this refuge, you need to
Yes.
communicate. You have to
Oh,
speak.
I love it. That's the buzzword around here, communication. In this particular context of, getting away, the communication is paramount, because if the other party or the partner is not, or if one person is not communicative and not willing to explain it, there's a breakdown,
Absolutely.
or there could be a breakdown. So let me ask you, I noticed the word that jumped out at me when you answered that question. You said now. Now, as as opposed to when, because when was it that women didn't need a man cave or a woman cave?
It wasn't that they didn't need it, it was that it wasn't, let's call it acceptable. Let's call
Okay.
it, I mean, right or wrong, it was a different era of thinking.
Okay.
In the 40s, the 50s, you
Mm-hmm.
know, because the funny part is it was seen as the cooking or the cleaning, that was like your job. And that's
Right.
what you do. And you
Yeah.
do it easily because I'm going to break the bread and that's that.
Mm-hmm.
But
Mm-hmm.
that mentality, over the last 40 years definitely has to change,
Right.
you know, and in certain industries, male dominated industries,
Mm-hmm.
women might need that man cave more than the man because she's always
Okay.
having to prove herself day in and day out. Before let's go post World War II, when
Mm-hmm.
women started to actually get jobs. But a lot of those
Right.
jobs were still very menial. It wasn't until like the 70s, 80s where now women are moving into managed positions. And at that point, every industry was male dominated.
Mm-hmm.
So so when I say they need it now, it's because not only has their come up in society change, but the acceptance that women have to go through some crazy things, and they always have,
Always
but they
have.
were citizened with their
Yeah.
issues.
It's the mind. It's the mindset. It's how we process and our definition of roles, as you were alluding to, and responsibilities. And that had to crack, that had to be broken. And with time, that has happened and continues to happen. So let me shift a little bit and ask you, are you to any degree, a spiritual person?
Yes,
In what context?
I do believe there is a higher power. Um, Maybe partially because I'm not weird, but I've seen some stuff that definitely
Okay.
makes me know and believe that there is a higher power, that there is a spirit world. I can't put a full finger on it,
Mm-hmm.
but and
You
I don't,
acknowledge it.
and we don't know the influence of, we don't know how deep the influence of what we've been taught since children has
Mm-hmm.
in that way, right? Because
Okay.
I remember when I was 12 years old, I got kicked out the church
Kicked
because
out the church.
I kept asking the minister all kind of questions, and he didn't like the questions I was asking. I'm like, well, how come this? And if this and this, and how come this? And
Sounds
then
like this.
when he said to me, you just have to have faith. I said, well, that doesn't explain it. And he got mad and he threw me out. Right.
And you never went
So,
back since.
you know,
Okay.
but when it comes to, like, I don't question spirituality where it's God, Allah, or whatever the case is, Buddhism,
Yeah.
it's if you believe in something and that something makes you feel secure, if that something makes you be a better person, if
Mm-hmm.
that, then I don't care if it's a rabbit's foot, as
Okay.
long as it has a positive influence on you, I'm cool.
Well, I'm asking you that because, not to try to put you on the spot, but thank you for sharing that story about when you were 12. It's an interesting one. But I'm asking you because if you believe in God, you know, Christianity believes that God created the world, and it took 7 days, or 6 or 7 days, and on the seventh day, he rested from the work. So it speaks to me of the necessity, and as you said, you need that cave. It's part of who we have, evolved or become aware and started to acknowledge that this is necessary. This is an absolute necessary. You must, because if you overdo anything, you said earlier, anything good in excess becomes a negative. You were not in the room where one of the other guests mentioned in this particular context, the need for rest. But if God did it, and we are his workmanship, do we not need? So women, men, all creation rests. The seasons are there because there's got to be a start, there's got to be an end, there's got to be a start, there's got to be an end. So there's a rest period. So the man cave concept is not just for men, but it's also for women.
For everyone.
That it's for everyone.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And, the more, and it's not even for necessarily adults. I mean, even these days, teenagers in high school, they have their own stresses.
Absolutely. Yes.
Like some of the simple things that we've seen simple, like, why does that matter? But fitting in, bullying, you have aspirations, and you are like working double time to get these certain grades so you can get these certain schools. I want to try out for the team. I want to get this scholarship. But so they need theirs as well.
Absolutely do. I could share a story with you that I read about, and it was a young woman from the eastern part of the world studying at university, and she was so disciplined that she wouldn't sleep. She wanted to attain the highest possible grade. And whatever learned behavior from her upbringing, it did not allow her to take a break. And for 3 days and 3 nights, she studied and read. And on the third day, she passed away from exhaustion. Rest is getting away, I would say, is essential.
Because whether you're dealing with work, school, life, whatever the case is, at some point, if you're just mentally fried, you're not even being effective anymore.
Absolutely. You're dangerous, somebody said. You're dangerous now.
Yeah. So you need to know when and how to pull back. But sometimes you're right, there's certain cultural how should I call it, upbringings. It's push, 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 or your disappointment.
Exactly.
I used to watch people in high school, like some people are like, oh my gosh, and they're like, I'm happy. Woo, I got an 89. I see people 97, terrified to go home.
Exactly. Absolutely, Sid. Yes, I've seen it as well. But you mentioned something off the air, that you have a fiance.
Yes.
And congratulations, by the way. And does your better half understand your need, requirements, or your pattern of getting away, and is it acceptable? Do they also have one? Do they recognize when you need to go there and say, you know what, Sid, just go? Or they don't need to even go there because they just know?
Yeah, she understands me like peanut butter understands jelly.
Okay, I love it.
Yeah. We communicate very well, and we read each other very well, almost like we're in the same brain at times. And I can feel her moods, her times when she's faking it. Now, I don't fake. She tries to fake it, You okay? Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. No, you're not. And then it'll come out after 2, 3 asks. But because in her situation, I guess, being in management herself, at the time, single mother, 2 kids, she was always the answer, always the, always the. So
Yes.
it's almost like I taught her how to be able to share that. I taught her how to be able to sit back and take some time for yourself. And you don't always have to be G.I. Jane. Sometimes you could just be Jane,
Okay.
and so it was, and what she does to refresh herself, different from mine, but we both respect each other's need for it, and don't have any complaints.
Okay.
It's like if I told her, listen, I need to go walk 17 days in the desert to shake this off. She'll say, okay, bye. Bring me back a snack. That's it.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
That is amazing. So she understands the whole concept of CAPE, and I'm sure, as you described, being that GI mom, she gets it. She gets
Yeah.
it.
Like at the
100%.
end of the day, you really have to have the right partner at the end of the day.
Yes.
Because if you have someone like that man, well, no, you're supposed to talk to me, and they're very engulfed. Like some people are just engulfed in themselves only, or they misread. Oh, he needs to go in there because he doesn't look like me anymore, and but then they don't tell them, and then it just starts this undercurrent of
Yeah.
problems. So at the end of the day, communication is huge, and you need the right partner.
Absolutely. And communication is huge. Absolutely. And if somebody is not aware, they can learn it. As you said, with your parents, you learned because, you were exposed and this is how they did it. So this is becoming who you are now, right? So it can be learned and it can be taught as long as the other person is receptive and not self-absorbed and, demanding to the point of, okay, this is not going to work anymore.
Exactly. Communication and conflict resolution.
Yes.
Huge. Very huge.
You know what, Sid? It's been a delight.
Likewise.
Thank you so much for agreeing. I know you live a very busy life and commuting every day to and from, as well, preparing for a wedding this month, you said? And moving into the new year, a brand new man. Okay, well, congratulations. And again, I wish you all the best and thank you for your participation.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, take care.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. This limited edition is dedicated to men everywhere who acknowledge and implement their God-given role and purpose as leaders in their homes. You've told us that the need for respite is well intended, and you need us to work with you when you enter that man cave. You've told us that balance and communication is integral, and that given the necessary time, you will emerge a better you and therefore a better us. Thank you all for your willingness, transparency, and for agreeing to step away temporarily from your family and your work commitments to enlighten all of us. I realize you all have much more in common than perhaps previously thought. Thank you. We're not done quite just yet. Please stay tuned for animations and credits. And don't forget to subscribe. I'm Sharon Lauman with Expressions from the Heart.